Now, the first thing that I'm going to be doing on the broadcast this evening is giving a thumbnail account as best one can of what has been covered in the previous installments of Radio Free America 37. I'm going to begin with a brief account of the first broadcast and bring it all the way up through last week. After doing that, we're going to take a look again at the at the profound way in which the Gehlen organization, this Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit that we took in at the end of World War II, helped to affect American history. This by way of understanding how this organization has affected American and world politics. It did not exist in a vacuum, and we will be turning again to Christopher Simpson's book Blowback, as he describes one of the types of blowback that we have experienced as a result of the Gehlen organization, namely a perversion of our own political process and a perversion of our view of the world. After that, we're going to be taking a look at the rollback or liberation milieu, as I've termed it, and we're going to take a look at where some of these Third Reich and Eastern European fascist imports have gone since the Kennedy assassination, which we dealt with at considerable length last week. I outlined, or actually detailed, it certainly was not an outline, a series of events and processes, beginning with Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas on 11/22/63, and working our way, as I put it last week, from Elm Street to Wall Street, taking a look at some of the operational elements, including some of the White Russian, ABN, Gehlen-linked elements that I began this long archive show with, and then began to pan back and began to take a look at the political and economic context in which they existed and in which they operated. And I went, literally, I guess you could say, from Elm Street, the street in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, on which John Kennedy rode to his death, and we wound up with some of the a view of some of the most powerful corporate interests in the country. And that analysis, that dollying back, so to speak, of Elm Street to Wall Street is critical for our understanding. And what we're going to do now, I guess you could say, is we're going to take a look at the transition from Berlin to Washington, D.C. We're going to take a look at how some of these Gehlen, ABN, Third Reich imports have evolved, this liberation milieu that I've been speaking about, how it has evolved into a major force within the Republican Party, and we're going to take a look at some of these people on the Republican Heritage Group's Council, and we're going to take a look at the evolution of that council and its existence and functioning all the way up through the Reagan and Bush administrations, because unfortunately these people did not go away. They are very much with us. They have functioned in a very important way within the Republican Party of the United States, and as we will see later on in the program, and by the way, as we also saw at considerable length and in detail in Radio Free America 36, dealing with the destabilization of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, these very same elements, including some of the same individuals, have been projected into a very profound and activist role in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. After that, we're going to take a look at the ultimate manifestation of what might be termed the national security state, and last week we took a look at National Security Council Memorandum 68, NSC 68, which represented a synthesis, or it proposed and was the motivator for a synthesis of corporate/economic, political, and national security events in this country. Those have always been very closely connected, but with NSC 68 and its proposal to prop up the U.S. and world economy with massive military spending that would also help to bankrupt the Soviet Union, with its proposal to stimulate, quote, nationalism, unquote, inside Eastern Europe and the USSR. We're going to take a look at some of those, quote, nationalist, unquote, groups and how they have evolved over the years this evening, and with its proposal to suppress domestic dissent, NSC 68 could really be said to have formed the foundation for the growth and synthesis of the national security state, a complete synthesis of corporate/economic, political, and national security life. The Reagan and Bush administrations could, in a very serious way, be said to represent the ultimate fulfillment of not only the national security state per se, but NSC 68 and rollback or liberation theory in particular. We're going to take a look again at Covert Action Information Bulletin, with which we have dealt before, And we're going to take a look at an article from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 33, an article called Agents for Bush. We're going to take a look at former CIA Director George Bush and the intelligence agents on his staff. And then we're going to jump back very briefly into the mid-70s, and we're going to take a look at George Bush's tenure as CIA Director and how his so-called Team B group of analysts, which grossly exaggerated the military strength of the Soviet Union in a fashion not unlike that of the Gehlen Organization and the way it functioned at the end of World War II. We're going to take a look at how this Team B set the stage for the massive military spending that we saw under the Reagan administration, which, as it was intended to do, did indeed bankrupt and break the back of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, it also has broken the economic back of the United States, and it's one of the reasons why we find ourselves in the sorry condition we're in. In particular, we're going to take a look at the association of William Casey and George Bush's father, Prescott Bush Sr. We've touched on their association before, and we're going to take a look at their role in founding the National Strategy Information Center, a CIA-connected think tank. And then we're going to take a look at William Casey and George Bush and their association in the mid-70s. When Bush was DCI, William Casey was on the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, along with, among others, John Connally. We're going to take a look at William Casey and George Bush and the formation of Team B, including people like Richard Pipes, who went on to become the National Security Council's key advisor on Soviet affairs under Ronald Reagan. Of course, William Casey went on to become CIA director. Former CIA Director George Bush went on to become Vice President and later President. And we will, after that, after taking a look at the evolution of Team B and the association of William Casey and Prescott Bush and George Bush Sr., we're then going to take a look at another very interesting member of the Team B group of analysts, which, as a number of people have correctly observed, set the stage for Ronald Reagan's evil empire rhetoric, which served as the justification for the massive military spending that we saw in the Reagan-Bush years. Well, among the members of Team B, in addition to Richard Pipes and Lieutenant General Daniel Graham of Star Wars advocacy fame, we're going to take a look at none other than Paul Nietzsche, the same fellow who drew up NSC-68 and the same fellow who sanctioned the activities of the Crusade for Freedom, which projected many of these same Gehlen, ABN-related elements into the American political mainstream. After that, we're going to take a look again at National Security Council 68, and we're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of the goals and methodologies that were proposed in NSC-68, namely breaking the back of the Soviet Union by forcing them into a massive arms race, or even further into a massive arms race, which they could not afford to do. And we're going to take a look at its proposals to stimulate nationalism, unquote, in order to cause them problems. Of course, ultimately, that nationalism became so stimulated that the Soviet Union dissolved. We're going to take a look again at the book Blowback, and just as we looked at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of NSC-68, we're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate manifestations of rollback or liberation theory. And specifically, we're going to take a look at Christopher Simpson's analysis of the Reagan and Bush administrations as just that, the ultimate manifestation of liberation theory, originally, recall, a Third Reich psychological and political warfare technique which evolved into a mainstream, a dominant element of American political thinking. After that, we're going to take a look at part of NSC-68 again, namely the specific proposal, and this was under the Truman administration, to engage in massive arms spending, not only to prime the pumps of the American economy, but also to stimulate the world economy, and above all, to break the back of the Soviet Union. The fulfillment of NSC-68 did indeed come in the Reagan years, and we're going to take a look at that this evening, and we're going to review some key segments of Radio Free America program number 36, the destabilization of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. I would strongly encourage people who have not got a hold of it to get a hold of Radio Free America 36. It's not quite as long as number 37, but it is massive also, but I think you'll find that the dividends that an analysis of that yield will be rich indeed. So get a hold of RFA 36, if at all possible, from Archives on Audio. We're going to review some key elements of Radio Free America 36. We're going to review some key segments of Sean Gervasi's article called A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union, in which the alarming rhetoric of the Reagan administration was, in my opinion, correctly analyzed by Sean Gervasi, not as an actual proposal to wage nuclear war, but rather as a psychological warfare device to prod the Soviet Union into attempting to match America's massive military buildup under the Reagan and Bush administrations. They did indeed attempt to match it, and as Gervasi has outlined, that arms race appears to have been a key element in destabilizing the Soviet Union by putting enormous pressure on an already badly strained Soviet economy. Ultimately, that arms race and that pressure on the Soviet Union led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately for us, it has also led to not yet the dissolution, but the bankrupting of the United States, and I'm afraid we are going to find that even though the Soviet Union lost the Cold War, we did not, in fact, win it. We're also going to take a look in that Sean Gervasi article at covert action inside of the Soviet Union through such organizations as the National Endowment for Democracy, and ultimately those covert operations, that covert activity, led to the stimulation of Soviet nationalism, the nationalism of the various ethnic republics. That, of course, led to the dissolution of the USSR as a whole, and that was one of the things that was recommended in NSC 68. We will go back to NSC 68 briefly after that, and then we're going to take a look at specifically the program to destabilize the Soviet Union by stimulating the various nationalist groups inside of the Soviet Union. Now recall that this was a major tactic proposed by Third Reich official Alfred Rosenberg, who was head of the Ostministerium of the Third Reich, and ultimately that was the seed for liberation theory that evolved into a dominant American political approach to fighting the Cold War. And as we begin to analyze the fulfillment of rollback or liberation theory and the covert action which led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, we're going to take a look at another element which has figured in the Christian West concept, a Third Reich concept for surviving World War II by shedding Hitler, in effect, and joining up, having a resurrected Reich or a salvaged Reich, hooking up with the United States and Britain and France in an anti-Soviet alliance that obviously, although it did not come to be during the course of World War II itself, it was the seed concept for NATO, again, a Third Reich strategy for surviving military defeat in World War II, and it worked. A key element of the Christian West concept that we have not discussed in Radio Free America 37, although we did in Radio Free America number 17, is the role of the Vatican, not only in conjunction with Third Reich intelligence, but also in conjunction with U.S. intelligence as well. We're going to take a look at a Vatican organization which was called Inter Marium, Intermarium. We're going to take a look at its role on behalf of Third Reich intelligence, its coincidental philosophy, or its philosophy that jibes with Alfred Rosenberg's theories of breaking up the Soviet Union into its constituent ethnic republics, the goal of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, and we're going to take a look at the activities of Inter Marium on behalf of the United States as well. This is by way of foreshadowing the significant role of the Vatican and the Catholic elements operating in conjunction with U.S. intelligence vis-a-vis the destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe. We will touch on briefly the destabilization of Poland, which we discussed in an addendum to Radio Free America number 36. The breaking out of Poland from the Warsaw Pact coalition was a major element which ultimately led to the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, and beyond that, the role of Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid and the Lithuanian Information Center, both connected with Roman Catholic operations in the U.S. and in Lithuania, which involved the reconstitution to a considerable extent of the Sejudis organization in Lithuania, not the reconstitution, but the constitution of Sejudis, which to a considerable extent represents the reconstitution of fascist and Nazi elements in Lithuania. That led in a big way to the secession of Lithuania, which, as I looked at in Radio Free America number 36, was a key element in promoting the destabilization of the Soviet Union and its ultimate dissolution into its constituent ethnic republics. After that, we're going to take a look at another major element, again reviewing from RFA 36, in the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, that of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations connected Free Congress Foundation, founded by Paul Weyrich, funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, and involving some of the same anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations elements which began evolving with the Third Reich, which have worked closely with U.S. intelligence or elements of U.S. intelligence on a variety of activities, among other things, as we looked at earlier in this program, the assassination of John Kennedy. We're going to take a look at some of these same ABN, OUN related elements, their activities inside of the Soviet Union, their connections to, among others, Boris Yeltsin, who at that time was not yet head of the Russian Republic, which he is, of course, today. And we're going to take a look also at the Free Congress Foundation's activities in other Eastern European countries as well. The main name that we're going to be looking at in this section of RFA 37 is a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, a Hungarian fascist, a veteran of the Hungarian Arrow Cross organization, which collaborated with Hitler, and we're going to take a look at his activities in particular this evening. He was the founder of the Republican Heritage Groups Council, and he ultimately became the director of the Free Congress Foundation's activities in Eastern Europe. We're going to take a look at Free Congress Foundation in Russia, in the Ukraine. We're going to take a look at it in Hungary, and in Romania as well. We will be touching on the re-emergence of many of the same Third Reich collaborationist elements in Eastern Europe, which not only, obviously, were active on behalf of the Third Reich, which then came into the United States courtesy of the Gehlen Organization, were projected into the American political mainstream courtesy of the Crusade for Freedom, and which ultimately evolved into the Republican Heritage Groups Council, and which are now resurgent in the former Soviet Union or Eastern Europe, and in some parts of the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, they are actually dominant. Not in all of them, and it remains to be seen how far some of these groups get, but as that movie says, they're back. In fact, as we have seen over the years, they never really left. We're then going to take a look, by way of wrapping tonight's installment up, at the dissolution of the Soviet Union as the ultimate fulfillment not only of rollback or liberation theory, but specifically as the realization of the goal of Alfred Rosenberg's Ostministerium of the Third Reich, as the realization of the goal of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, as the realization of the Third Reich's tactics vis-à-vis that part of the world, only put into effect and actualized as a result of the Third Reich's influence on the United States, courtesy of the Gehlen Organization, plus the financiers in this country who felt that it was in this country's best interest to bring that organization into the United States. We're going to take a look, by way of specifically reviewing the policies of Rosenberg's Ostministerium, we're going to take a look at some of the factors that led up to the tactic of breaking up the Soviet Union into its constituent republics, and we're going to, as I said, we're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of NSC 68, liberation theory, and as the ultimate triumph of this Third Reich tactic, only actualized through the United States. We're then going to touch briefly on the connections between Boris Yeltsin, now, of course, president of the Russian Republic, no longer part of the Soviet Union, and his gratitude expressed to the National Endowment for Democracy that happened as a result of the failed coup in August of 1991. By the way, we will also be reviewing the tactics of the NTS, the Solidarists, an organization which worked, a group of white Russians that worked on behalf of the Third Reich, which then jumped to U.S. intelligence, as we looked at in earlier installments. NTS elements played a role in the assassination of John Kennedy, and their tactic of, quote, liberating, unquote, the USSR by stimulating a mutiny in the Red Army saw its ultimate fulfillment in the August 1991 coup. After that, as I said, We will take a look at Boris Yeltsin's expression of gratitude to Alan Weinstein of the National Endowment for Democracy, the organization that helped fund organizations like the Free Congress Foundation and that promoted the kinds of activities that ultimately resulted in the failed August 1991 coup. One of the major elements of the full court press strategy that's aimed at successfully, as we have seen, bankrupting the Soviet Union by forcing them to compete in an arms race which would destroy an already shaky economy. We're going to take a look briefly at the Strategic Defense Initiative dubbed Star Wars under the Reagan administration. Lieutenant Daniel Graham of Team B is perhaps its best-known advocate, and of course the Reagan administration in '93 kicked off the Strategic Defense Initiative. We're going to take a look at the latest manifestation of the SDI. There is no more Soviet Union. People are not worried about an attack by the Soviet Union, a missile attack. Now, the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, is being seen as a weapon which could be used in an offensive capacity. Specifically, it is being seen as an orbital weapon system to dominate the Earth, and which could be used to destroy ground targets as well. This is very reminiscent of a strategy that was being hammered out within weeks of the close of World War II by many of the German rocket scientists that we brought in under Project Paperclip. Specifically, by the third week of 1945, one of the American intelligence officials that was working with these scientists was enthusiastic about bringing the Project Paperclip rocket scientists into the United States because they had a plan for building a space station and developing an orbital weapon system which could be used to destroy any ground target and which would permit the first country to achieve it to dominate the world. Although the technologies they proposed are different, it is the same basic concept that we are now seeing the Strategic Defense Initiative hammered into. This again by way of looking at the profound effect of Third Reich strategic thinking on the evolution of the U.S. national security establishment. Just as we looked at the tactics of the NTS being fulfilled in the August 1991 coup, the goals of the ABN and the Rosenberg's Ostministerium being fulfilled through the realization and actualization of those tactics, so too the new incarnation of the Strategic Defense Initiative, a key element of the full court press, is that of an offensive system which could be used against ground targets. That is exactly what the Third Reich folks were proposing within a couple of weeks of the conclusion of World War II. Or I should say the conclusion of the hostilities of World War II. After that, we're going to review again a very short section of Doug Henwood's article about NSC 68, and Henwood has quite rightly noted that even though it was U.S. policy to a large extent, which did in the Soviet Union, ultimately German firms will make most of the profits by, as he puts it, picking over the remains. Germany has a lot of problems now. They may not be able to do it in the immediate future, but the long-term prospects for economic development in that part of the world would appear to favor Germany and not the United States. We're going to be lucky if we can survive at all, what with the sorry state of our economy. That is why I have called this, it's one of the reasons why I have called this program How the United States Lost the Second World War. Next week, we're going to take a look at what's going on in Germany, what has gone on in Germany since the end of World War II, and we're going to take a look at the prospects for the United States, both politically and economically. And if the title, How the United States Lost the Second World War, seems preposterous or pretentious to you, well, stick around, get a hold of the whole show, study it, and I think you'll find that even though it seems a little incredible, outrageous, what have you, as I say at the beginning of the broadcasts, I think you'll find that it will fly in the long run. That's what we have on tap for this evening. I'm going to take a musical break, and then we will come back with the main body of tonight's installment of Radio Free America 37. We're going to begin tonight's installment by taking a look at what we have looked at so far, briefly anyway, in this massive archive program. We began many weeks ago, specifically on July 26th, by taking a look at George Bush and his involvement with a petroleum industry and intelligence milieu. Specifically, we took a look at, among other things, George Bush's apparent use of his involvement in the petroleum industry as a cover for a number of activities which, according to people, unnamed intelligence officers familiar with him, were used, that is to say, Bush's petroleum industry activities were used as to a considerable extent as a front for intelligence activities. We specifically took a look at his association with, among others, George de Mohrenschildt, a white Russian who had first spied for Nazi Germany during World War II and later went to work for U.S. intelligence, and George de Mohrenschildt was a key intelligence babysitter of Lee Harvey Oswald, as were a number of other white Russians and Eastern Europeans, all of whom were affiliated with the petroleum industry and the intelligence community. They more or less served as the intelligence babysitters for Lee Harvey Oswald, the patsy in Kennedy's assassination. And what we basically are looking at through the course of this broadcast is the evolution of the rollback or liberation milieu. After taking a look initially at George Bush and his presence in this milieu, we took a look at the synthesis of the petroleum industry, intelligence community, the American far right, and powerful political and economic interests with elements of Third Reich intelligence that were brought into the United States courtesy of the Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit of General Reinhard Gehlen. Gehlen, spelled G-E-H-L-E-N, was Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Eastern Front during World War II. And again, as we've looked at in so many archive shows, Radio Free America shows 1, 2, 3, 11, 14, 15, 21, 36, and others, the Reinhard Gehlen organization was brought into the United States at the end of World War II. It was made the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs. It became the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and ultimately was installed as the West German Intelligence Service, the BND, or Bundesnachrichtendienst, which it is to a considerable extent, which it is to this day, although not all of the people obviously affiliated with it go back to the Third Reich, although some of them still do. We took a look at the role of Third Reich alumni, people associated with the Reinhard Gehlen organization, or the closely intersected anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, an organization put together in 1943 under the auspices of Adolf Hitler, and we took a look at their role in the Kennedy assassination. And again, this is the milieu of which George Bush was a part. It's not clear whether he was involved in the assassination proper, although his name crops up in a number of different contexts with the investigation. He was certainly involved in covering it up as DCI, and we took a look at the Gehlen ABN milieu in handling Marina Oswald and significantly distorting some of the things she said in order to make it look as though the KGB and Soviet Union and perhaps Fidel Castro were behind Kennedy's assassination. The fear that that perception could become accepted and that could lead to a Third World War led a number of people, a number of investigators that might have otherwise exposed the conspiracy, to cover it up for fear that that might again lead to a Third World War. We took a look at the connection between elements of the American far right, the U.S. intelligence community, and again this petroleum/intelligence milieu in generating the myth that Lee Harvey Oswald helped to shoot at Major General Edwin Walker. And once again, one of the central foci of the activities of this Gehlen ABN milieu that we looked at, and again, George Bush, part of this milieu, whether or not he was part of the assassination, one of their major functions was to generate disinformation concerning alleged Soviet/KGB/Castro participation in Kennedy's assassination, this in order to force a cover-up, or else perhaps to stimulate armed aggression against the Soviet Union. In all likelihood, it was intended not to precipitate a Third World War, but rather to precipitate a cover-up. We took a look last week at Kennedy's assassination as the ultimate triumph of rollback or liberation theory. Now, in our third installment, we began to look at the historical development of this petroleum far-right intelligence community Gehlen ABN milieu, again centrally involved in the Kennedy assassination and George Bush part of this milieu. We took a look at the plans by the Third Reich to survive their impending military defeat. This in our third installment. The Third Reich envisioned its military defeat early on, and they began to make plans to survive that military defeat from a political standpoint. we took a look at one of the major theoretical devices, or one of the major tactical devices, I should say, used by the Third Reich to effect conquest, and a major theoretical consideration in explaining their profound role in the post-World War II world. Namely, the Third Reich and its succeeding elements learned to use anti-communism, the fear of communism, as a vehicle for conquest. Many of the countries that fell to the Third Reich during World War II fell because many of their top industrialists and financiers, as well as general staff officers, much preferred the presence of foreign fascists to the perceived threat or actual threat of Marxists or socialists in their own country. After that, we took a look at another major plan by the Third Reich to survive its defeat, namely their plan to divide the so-called Grand Alliance, the alliance of the Soviet Union and the United States and Great Britain against Nazi Germany. It was the hope of Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler, among others, that this could be done during World War II. As it turns out, that did not happen during World War II, but it did happen shortly afterward. We took a look at the Third Reich plans to have the post-World War II Reich grouped around the SS and Gestapo, the most fanatical and the most sinister and perhaps the most competent elements of the Third Reich, certainly the best organized. We also took a look at the plans by the Third Reich to hook up with American fascist groups, among others an organization headed up by American tycoon William Grace, a friend, like George Bush, of George de Mohrenschildt, and the proposal, at least as outlined by Kurt Reese in The Nazis Go Underground, for the Third Reich to hook up with, among others, the American Vigilant Intelligence Federation of Harry Jung, which was allied with the Hitler-Goebbels anti-Comintern, a world consortium of fascist groups put together by the Third Reich in the 30s and early 40s. And the Harry Jung organization's files were the seed and the foundation for the organization known as the American Security Council. That was a dominant influence on, among others, the political careers of Ronald Reagan. Yet also, the American Security Council was one of the major elements that we looked at in the formation of this milieu that we looked at in connection with John Kennedy, the assassination of John Kennedy. The American Security Council was very close to and active on behalf of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. We also took a look, perhaps most importantly, at the proposal, as outlined by Kurt Reese, for German industrialists to hook up with their Western counterparts, in particular their American counterparts, and resume the cartel relations, which never really dissolved, but which were downgraded to a considerable extent during World War II, although not dissolved. And as we've seen, those relay in numerous archive shows, including the Uncle Sam and the Swastika broadcast, detailing American industrial and financial cooperation with the Third Reich. Those relations never really ended, but after World War II, it was, as they say, business as usual. In our next installment, we took a look at one of the dominant concepts running throughout Radio Free America 37, namely the generation of the so-called Christian West concept. One of the plans that was being put together by the Third Reich to survive its military defeat was for a Hitlerless Reich to hook up with the United States and Britain and France in an anti-Soviet alliance. Basically, the Eastern Front would be, quote, held, and a Hitlerless Reich, a survived Reich minus Adolf Hitler, at least ostensibly, would hook up with the United States and Britain and France in an anti-Soviet alliance. This particular concept, the Christian West concept, was being put together by German and American industrialists and financiers, part of this transatlantic financial and industrial axis that we looked at in Uncle Sam and the Swastika, in Uncle Sam and Il Duce, about American support for Mussolini, in the first two Radio Free America shows, in Radio Free America number 10, and of course we have come back to that in Radio Free America number 37. American industrialists and financiers and German industrialists and financiers, all serving as representatives of their respective countries' intelligence services, were conducting negotiations during World War II, the main names here being Allen Dulles on the American side and people like Gero von Gebernitz on the German side. And the proposal was, and Allen Dulles was very receptive to this, to again have a coup led against Hitler, and then a Hitlerless Reich would hook up with the U.S., Britain, and France in an anti-Soviet alliance. This did not actually happen during World War II, although obviously the negotiations for this were being conducted during World War II, and it's quite apparent that although it did not happen during the war itself, basically the Christian West concept, again a Third Reich plan for surviving military defeat in World War II that was agreed to by key American industrialists such as Allen Dulles, an attorney for Sullivan and Cromwell, a key operative with the Office of Strategic Services in Switzerland, and later, of course, a key member, the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, and a key member of the Warren Commission. Allen Dulles was very pro-Christian West. And obviously the Christian West concept was put into effect after World War II. It became the seed concept, so to speak, for NATO. And again, it should not be forgotten that that was a Third Reich proposal originally for surviving military defeat in World War II. It is one of the dominant concepts running throughout Radio Free America 37, and the evident adoption of the Christian West concept after World War II is one of the central elements in our analysis of how the U.S. lost the Second World War. Not militarily, but politically. Recall also that in our second installment we took a look at the curious circumstances surrounding the capture of the Ludendorff Bridge over the Rhine at Remagen, indicating the possibility, only the possibility, but the possibility that perhaps the Christian West concept may have actually been agreed to before the formal conclusion of hostilities. I doubt we'll ever find out for sure, but it's a possibility that has to be considered. Now, one of the things that we looked at in connection with the Christian West concept was that although Allen Dulles was initially working this out with a fellow named Gero von Gewernitz, again part of the same transatlantic financial and industrial axis as was Allen Dulles, von Gewernitz working as an emissary, as an agent of the Canaris group, the Abwehr, the plans to stage a coup against Hitler and the negotiations being conducted by the Canaris group of the West were being monitored by the SS and specifically the Sicherheitsdienst, in particular the SS Intelligence Service, and ultimately Walter Schellenberg of Amt 6 of the Sicherheitsdienst, basically the Foreign Affairs Office of the SS Intelligence Service, was able to effect negotiations between Prince Max von Hohenlohe, acting on behalf of the SS Intelligence Service, the Sicherheitsdienst, and Allen Dulles, and this was where the Christian West concept was worked out in detail. Again, bear in mind that the Third Reich's plans to survive military defeat centered around a resurrected Reich which would be built upon the SS and Gestapo. We also looked at, in our third installment, the very close relationship between Reinhard Gehlen's organization and Amt 6 of the Sicherheitsdienst under Walter Schellenberg. We also took a look at how General Siebert of the American Army was prevailed upon by none other than the very same Gero von Gewernitz, who was working with Allen Dulles on the initial stages of the Christian West concept. He was the individual who prevailed on General Siebert to bring Reinhard Gehlen into the country, and he was a key individual in helping to effect the hookup between the Americans and Reinhard Gehlen. In our third installment, we also took a look at Reinhard Gehlen's organization as a Trojan horse inside of the United States. The Gehlen organization, as we've seen, was very close to the SS. It also incorporated large numbers of SS men and Gestapo veterans into its ranks, and thereby paved the way for their operation on behalf of, and in some cases infiltration into, the U.S. intelligence system. Ultimately, that led to their injection into the American political system as well. Among the things we looked at in our third installment was the fact that Reinhard Gehlen conferred with Admiral von Dönitz, who succeeded Hitler, the Hitlerless Reich, the leader of the Hitlerless Reich, and von Dönitz approved of Gehlen's actions, indicating that at least to a certain extent, the Third Reich chain of command was still in effect when Gehlen was going to work for the Americans. Gehlen also received clearance from his chief of staff, General Franz Halder, as well. We also took a look at part of the agreement between the Americans and Reinhard Gehlen, namely the stipulation by Gehlen, apparently agreed to by the Americans, that when German and American concepts conflicted, the Gehlen organization would be understood to act on behalf of German rather than American concepts. And as we have seen during the course of the broadcast this evening, or during the course of Radio Free America 37, I should say, and as we will look at this evening and next week, ultimately it was German and not American interests which benefited as a result of the incorporation of the Gehlen organization and its various effects on the United States. Ultimately, obviously, not during World War II, although it may have been agreed to during World War II, but after World War II, the Christian West concept, a Third Reich plan, a contingency plan for surviving military defeat, became the seed for NATO, and to a lesser extent also the Marshall Plan, the Economic Development Plan, the assistance plan by the United States to Europe as well. Now, we began looking at something, and we're going to come back to this a little later in the summary, something called National Security Council Memorandum number 68, which really represented the Christian West concept as it applied to the United States. More about that later, but I want to mention NSC 68 again at this point. In our next installment, we began looking at the major ways in which the Gehlen organization affected the United States. We began looking at the generation inside the United States of rollback or liberation theory of fighting the Cold War, which not only aimed at, quote, containing, unquote, communism, but specifically at rolling it back, and which ultimately aimed at breaking up the Soviet Union into its constituent ethnic republics. We looked at how the very incorporation of the Gehlen organization into the United States as perhaps what we could view as the keystone of the Christian West concept, this began aggravating tensions between the United States and USSR as early as the Yalta Agreement, where the Soviets were aware of Gehlen's situation and were protesting to the U.S., and after that, and even more importantly, we took a look at how the Reinhard Gehlen organization fed the United States grossly inaccurate intelligence, which gave us a hugely inflated picture both of Soviet military capabilities and an overly alarmist view of what they were planning on doing. Former CIA Soviet Affairs Specialist Victor Marchetti described what Gehlen fed the United States as, quote, hyped-up Russian boogeyman junk, and as we talked about in that installment, and this should never be forgotten, the way that Gehlen was able to have his effect was by interacting with domestic American political, national security, and economic forces which were like-minded. The effects of the Gehlen organization, and they were profound, should not be viewed as occurring in a vacuum, but rather they were elements to whom Gehlen's outlook and his misassessments of Soviet capabilities and intentions, his assessments served their purposes. We're going to touch back on that a little later. But again, the Gehlen organization and its profound effect on the U.S. and the world should not be seen as something which occurred in a vacuum. We began looking at the use of an organization, a CIA domestic front called the Crusade for Freedom, to project rollback or liberation thinking into the American mainstream. Now, the name of Paul Nietzsche first came in here. Paul Nietzsche was one of the individuals who felt that the American people basically had to be scared into approving massive military expenditures, something like 3 times the existing military budget, in order to meet the perceived Soviet threat. In order to do this, a CIA campaign called the Crusade for Freedom was undertaken, in which the rollback or liberation theory of fighting the Cold War was projected into the American mainstream in a big way, and beyond that, many of the White Russian Gehlen-connected elements were projected into the United States as political leaders, in particular spokespersons for the rollback or liberation theory, and many of them assumed key leadership roles within some of their respective ethnic groups within the United States. We're going to take a look at that continued evolution this evening later on in the broadcast. We took a look at rollback or liberation theory and how it evolved over a period of years as a result of the Crusade for Freedom's activities inside of the United States. liberation theory, originally a Third Reich psychological and political warfare tactic developed prior to World War II, eventually evolved into a major American strategic and political force. In fact, in the 1952 campaign, rollback or liberation theory, as a result of the Crusade for Freedom's activities in the U.S., became the dominant theme in both the Republican presidential and congressional campaigns. In our installment last week, we began taking a look at, or actually I should say we looked at a key document, National Security Council Memorandum Number 68, or NSC 68, which was drawn up by Paul Nitze, again, N-I-T-Z-E, the individual who helped to initiate the Crusade for Freedom's campaign in order to scare Americans into accepting a massive military budget. And again, the Crusade for Freedom was the vehicle, again, a CIA domestic psychological and political warfare campaign, was the vehicle for projecting liberation theory, originally a Third Reich psychological and political warfare tactic, into American society, along with many of the same Galen-ABN-connected elements that we saw active along with the American far right and U.S. intelligence in the Kennedy assassination. The CFF crusade basically projected liberation theory and personnel into the American mainstream, and ultimately it was the activities of the CFF that led to the synthesis of the rollback or liberation milieu that we viewed in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy. This synthesis, this petroleum intelligence community, far right-wing and defense industry milieu that we looked at in both our first two installments and in last week's installments, and that milieu was acting on behalf of some of the most powerful political and economic interests in the United States. Now, what NSC 68 basically did was to delineate the Christian West concept as it applied to post-World War II American policy. Now, political, economic, and national security considerations have always been very, very closely linked. NSC 68 basically provided for the total synthesis of American military, political, and economic activities, and it was the National Security Council 68 which basically provided the political and economic context for the CFF's campaign in order to, which resulted in the introduction of liberation theory and liberation and Galen-ABN-related personnel into the American national security and, not national security, but the American political mainstream. Now again, NSC 68, which proposed massive U.S. military spending not only to avoid a feared U.S. economic slowdown after the cessation of the Marshall Plan, but also to help prime the economic pumps of the European nations as well. The military spending proposed under NSC 68 and on whose behalf the CFF campaign was conducted, the military spending was also envisioned as a vehicle for breaking the back of the Soviet Union economically. NSC 68 also envisioned the stimulation of nationalism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe as a way of weakening and ultimately defeating the Soviet Union, and it also, NSC 68, provided for the suppression of American political dissent as well. And again, with regard to how the Christian West concept affected America, NSC 68, which was drawn up in the Truman administration, obviously a Democratic administration, but which ultimately had its fulfillment under the Reagan and Bush administrations as reactionary Republican administrations as have ever taken place, it indicates the bipartisan nature of the national security state and the complete synthesis of American economic, political, and national security activity was the goal of NSC 68. It was affected by and really realized in the Reagan and Bush administrations. Again, I want to emphasize that economic, political, and national security activities have always been very closely linked, but their complete synthesis, as proposed in NSC 68 and as finally, ultimately realized with the Reagan and Bush administrations, that was the way in which the Christian West concept affected the United States, and ultimately the this synthesis resulted in the political, not the military, but the political defeat of the United States. Now, we began looking at also, obviously, the synthesis of that economic, political, and national security activity resulted in the synthesis of the rollback or liberation milieu, which we viewed in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy. After that, we took a look at the John Kennedy assassination itself, and specifically we took a look at how the psychological and political warfare that were being conducted by CIA organizations such as the Crusade for Freedom in the United States had, by the late 1950s, certainly by 1963, evolved into the use of deadly force and covert operations. We took a look at how the rollback or liberation milieu was dissatisfied with Eisenhower, although the Eisenhower campaign was committed to rollback or liberation. It wound up sticking with the old containment theory. This was not of a great liking to the rollback or liberation milieu, and ultimately, the assassination of John Kennedy, the transition of domestic and national security activity from political and psychological warfare to the hands-on use of deadly force, that represented the triumph of rollback or liberation theory, again, originally a Third Reich psychological and political warfare technique which evolved into a dominant American political force. That triumphed on 11/22/63. It will, as we shall see, it did, as we shall see, saw its ultimate fulfillment under the Reagan and Bush years. The assassination of John Kennedy also marked the ascension, the formal ascension of fascism in America. After that last week, we took a look at the evolution that I have already touched on, the evolution, the progression, I should say, that I called from Elm Street to Wall Street, in order to see the synthesis of American economic, political, and national security activity, to see the effects of the Christian West concept and NSC 68 on the United States. We returned again to the rollback or liberation milieu, this synthesis of petroleum industry operatives, Galen ABN-related elements, elements of U.S. intelligence, and elements of major American political and economic interests. And we began by taking a look again at the operations of some of these white Russian Galen ABN connected operatives in Dallas, Texas on 11/22/63, and how they worked in conjunction apparently with elements of Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence, as well as other national security agencies. That's with a small n and small s and small a, not the NSA proper, although it may very well have been involved, to basically paint Oswald red and to help effect a cover-up of the Kennedy assassination by creating disinformation to make it appear that Lee Harvey Oswald was a KGB/Soviet assassin. We took a look again at people like Peter Gregory. We took a look at people like Ilya Mamontov that we looked at earlier. Again, petroleum people connected with the intelligence community and specifically affiliated with this Galen ABN milieu, and how they distorted what Marina Oswald had to say in such a way as to make it appear that Lee Harvey Oswald was operating on behalf of the KGB. Then we began to look at the operations of this same Galen ABN connected rollback or liberation milieu in connection with some of the more powerful political and economic forces that in the context of which it was operating. We took a look at the Great Southwest Corporation, a major Rockefeller-Wynn family real estate venture in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and how key operatives in connection with this same milieu and people like Peter Gregory, key operatives of the Great Southwest Corporation, were again instrumental in helping to create the fraudulent picture of Lee Harvey Oswald as the assassin of John Kennedy. Finally, we began to look at the dizzying connection of American national security, economic, and political interests that surrounded both LBJ and a powerful Texas oil lobbyist and Secretary of the Treasury under Dwight Eisenhower, namely Robert Anderson. Not that Anderson himself was necessarily involved in the Kennedy assassination, although he may have been, but certainly many of the interests grouped around him represented the powerful economic and political and national security interests which controlled the fates of both Lee Harvey Oswald and his assassin, Jack Ruby. It was a dizzying connection, and I specifically did not outline, I did not detail all of the connections, but it would literally have been dizzying. But what we began to see as we began dollying back, as we made the transition from Elm Street to Wall Street, what we began to see was the way in which this same Galen-related rollback milieu operated within the context of the most powerful economic and political interests in the United States. What we looked at last week was a dizzying milieu, a tangle of economic and political interests involving not only massive and complex overlapping capital participation, but also interlocking corporate directorates of a number of very powerful interests which, again, control the fates of Lee Oswald and Jack Ruby. And ultimately, we took a look at the effects of the John Kennedy assassination, and I guess you could say we began examining the macroeconomic and macro-political elements underlying it, or some of them anyway, and yet again we were still looking at the intelligence community. We took a look at petroleum industry lobbyist William Hamilton and his connections to, among other things, the Asian American Society, which was lobbying for an escalation of the Vietnam War. Kennedy was in the process of withdrawing us. They wanted an escalation. Obviously, that escalation ultimately occurred, and with the Asian American Society and with some of the former intelligence people who were functioning as academics within that society, we began examining some of the most powerful corporate interests in the country. Mobil Oil Corporation, then called Saucony Mobile, the Rockefeller interests, IBM, and with that final element of our analysis, we had made the transition from Elm Street to Wall Street. Now, what we're going to look at this evening is the Reagan and Bush administrations as the fulfillment of three things, as the fulfillment of the Christian West concept, again, the seed concept for NATO, a Third Reich contingency plan for surviving military defeat. We're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of liberation theory, originally a Third Reich psychological and political warfare tactic which has evolved into a dominant American strategic and political force. And we're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of the tactics and philosophy proposed in NSC 68. Now, one of the things to understand as we continue to venture forth into Radio Free America 37 is that the conquest that I'm looking at here, and I will state without qualification that the U.S. lost the Second World War, but it was not a military defeat, it was a political defeat. And once again, we have turned around the famous phrase of the Prussian military theoretician von Clausewitz, who observed that war is the continuation of politics by other means. You will also see that translated as the continuation of policy by other means. What we're looking at in Radio Free America 37 is politics as the continuation of war by other means. Again, turning around von Clausewitz, the basic underlying principle of how the U.S. was defeated was the basic underlying principle involves politics as the continuation of war by other means, though obviously with John Kennedy's assassination and with the establishment of political assassination as a way of life in the United States, and it has become that, there is also obviously a military component when you have the complete synthesis of economic, political, and national security existence that we have with the NSC 68 concept. That almost follows as night to day. Now, the three key steps that were involved with the defeat of the United States by the residua of the Third Reich, again, not acting in a vacuum, but precisely because of the way they were able to interact with some of the American industrialists and financiers, like-minded political people, as well as military and intelligence people. But the three key steps in the political defeat, and ultimately, as we shall see, economic defeat of the United States, were A, the adoption by the West of the Christian West concept being hammered out during World War II by people like Allen Dulles and Gero von Gewernitz and Max von Hohenlohe, perhaps agreed to during the war, we'll never know for sure, certainly being discussed but obviously agreed to after the war, NATO, the ultimate manifestation of that. The Christian West concept was a Third Reich plan, contingency plan for surviving World War II. That was adopted by the West. The second major step in the political and economic defeat of the United States was the projection of liberation theory and its proponents into mainstream American political life as well as national security existence through the results of as a result of the campaign conducted in the United States by the Crusade for Freedom. Again, that was a domestic CIA operation, but it was a political and psychological operation. It resulted, again, in the evolution of liberation or rollback theory from a Nazi, a Third Reich political and psychological warfare tactic to a dominant element in American political thinking. It also resulted in the projection of many of its top proponents, including many Third Reich intelligence alumni, into leadership positions within some of the ethnic minority groups in the United States with which they were affiliated. And the third and major step, and this is why I have focused on the John Kennedy assassination in connection with this, is that when the Eisenhower administration disappointed the proponents of liberationism, they turned from political and psychological warfare to the use of deadly force, the hands-on use of military and, if necessary, extermination techniques, basically killing people in order to achieve what it was that they wanted to achieve. And we're going to begin moving forward in history from that fateful day, November 22nd, 1963, when rollback or liberation theory triumphed in the United States, when fascism became ascendant, and in a sense, everything that has happened between 11/22/60, not everything, but the archive shows that I have put together delineate what happened between 11/22/63 and the Reagan and Bush administrations, which were the ultimate fulfillment, again, of the Christian West concept, liberation theory, and NSC 68. It should be noted that political assassination did indeed become a way of life. People like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Robert Kennedy, and a whole host of lesser-known people fell before the gun or other means of assassination, just as John Kennedy did. The corruption of our political process deepened after John Kennedy's assassination. We have seen the total intrusion of the national security state into American society with a variety of unsavory effects. And again, I cannot even begin to sum up all of the effects of John Kennedy's assassination on American society. All of the other archive shows that I have put together in some way touch on those effects. Some of them deal with the historical background, but whether we're talking about political assassination or the CIA role in helping to bankrupt the S&Ls in order to finance covert operations, or the importing of drugs by elements of U.S. intelligence in order to help finance covert operations, or any of the things that we've spoken about, we are dealing with some of the effects of the synthesis of American economic, political, and national security activity envisioned by NSC 68, the Christian West concept as it applied to the United States, that basically became ascendant on 11/22/63. The rest, as they say, is exposition. And I encourage all listeners, including and especially newer listeners, to avail themselves of the archive shows in order to come to understand the overall effects of John Kennedy's assassination on the United States. Suffice it to say that every president we have had since John Kennedy, with the exception of Jimmy Carter, was involved in some way or another, either with the assassination or its cover-up, and I'll touch on that later. The John Kennedy assassination was a military coup, and one of the reasons why so many of our major political leaders can be found in the context of the investigation in one way or another is that basically, with the assassination of John Kennedy, a coup group came into power, a milieu. The liberation milieu came into power, and all of the people who have dominated the situation since, with the exception of poor Jimmy Carter, whose election defeat in 1980 what came as the result of a covert operation, the October Surprise. All of the presidents we have had since, and an awful lot of the key movers and shakers on the American political scene, were involved in some way or another, either with John Kennedy's assassination or its cover-up. we're now going to review, actually we're going to take a look again at the book Blowback by Christopher Simpson, and in order to begin moving forward, and again I cannot cover all of the things that happened between 11/22/63 and the Reagan and Bush administrations, which we're going to look at this evening. Get a hold of the other archive shows and they will help to flesh things out for you. But before we make the jump to the mid-70s, which is where the real genesis, where the immediate genesis of the Reagan and Bush administrations took place, we're going to take a look at how the Galen organization and its related elements were able to affect the United States. And again, this organization should not be seen as functioning in a vacuum, but rather it was precisely because of the way it was able to interact with dominant American political, economic, and national security elements that it was able to affect this political defeat and ultimately economic defeat on the United States. And one of the central elements in the analysis of RFA 37 is, again, the Galen organization as a Trojan horse in the United States. Now, again, we're going to take a look at the book Blowback, subtitled America's Recruitment of Nazis and Its Effects on the Cold War. That was authored by Christopher Simpson, and it was published in hardcover by Weidenfeld and Nicholson of New York, copyright 1988. Weidenfeld is W-E-I-D-E-N-F-E-L-D, and Nicholson is N-I-C-O-L-S-O-N. Now, the title blowback, refers to an intelligence term, blowback, which basically means unforeseen negative consequences of an intelligence operation. Literally, it blows back in your face, and it causes damage, and boy, if anything ever blew back, it was the Galen organization and its related elements. What we're going to look at now is Christopher Simpson's discussion of how it was that the Galen organization and its related elements were able to have the significant effect on American political life and the world existence and on the development of Europe that they were able to do. Simpson writes in Blowback as follows: The third major type of blowback is insidious and subtle. Former Axis intelligence analysts, enlisted by the U.S. Army and the CIA, consistently reinforced the existing self-deception among U.S. national security experts concerning the USSR, particularly during the first formative years of the Cold War and the emerging U.S. national security apparatus. Examples may be readily identified today in spite of the extreme security measures that still surround the internal intelligence evaluation processes of those years. These include very basic errors that range from misappraisal of the size and war readiness of the USSR's military establishment to fundamental misjudgments about Soviet political intentions in both Western and Eastern Europe. The information gathering and analysis divisions of intelligence agencies are intensely political organizations. Instead of the ideal of dispassionate, accurate evaluation of facts, what one actually encounters inside such groups is a sharply competitive business in which final reports are often shaped as much by the policies of the administration in power as they are by the underlying reality of any given situation. Bureaucratic infighting and even domestic partisan debates play a very substantial role in the creation of intelligence analyses. During the Cold War years, the CIA and Army intelligence often selectively enlisted those persons abroad who confirmed those agencies' vision of what U.S. strategy in Europe should be. At the same time, they purged other analysts, including highly trained Americans of impeccable reputations, who challenged those assumptions. These personnel decisions seem to have been motivated primarily by a desire for institutional orthodoxy, not by the actuality of Soviet behavior of the day. Information and analysis that reinforced the dominant preconceptions of the day almost always received a far more sympathetic reception in Washington than news that ran counter to these beliefs. That last sentence again. Information and analysis that reinforced the dominant preconceptions of the day almost always received a far more sympathetic reception in Washington than news that ran counter to those beliefs. Thus, General Clay's and Galen's alarms about the Red Army in early 1948 counted for more in U.S. national security circles than the reality that the USSR had significantly reduced its troop strength in Europe, in large part because Clay's war scare confirmed the American leaders' worst suspicions concerning the USSR. Entrepreneurs such as General Galen, John Valentine Grombach, and their various rivals have historically been able to manipulate this situation to their own advantage, sometimes for years at a time. Galen, above all, proved to be the master at playing to the audience of American national security experts. By shaping the data that shaped global decisions, he played an indirect yet substantial role in world events. His support for a relentlessly hostile Cold War against the USSR, together with the success he enjoyed in undermining his critics, has left a durable mark on European history. Now, I would note here that as we saw with our examination of the CFF campaign and how it projected many of these same Galen-related elements directly into American political life, and that projection resulted in the synthesis and the incorporation of these elements, basically the incorporation of these elements into American political life as well as national security life. That was the synthesis of the Galen intelligence petroleum industry milieu that we saw operating in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy, and of which George Bush was part, whether or not he was actually involved in the assassination. But again, it is because of the way that Galen was able to operate, and the way related elements were able to operate in connection with dominant American political, economic, and national security interests, that is how the Galen organization was able to have the effect that it had on American and world history. And obviously it was not just an indirect role, but when we look at some of these same Galen ABN-related elements, a Freudian slip, ABA, actually that may be more accurate than I had indicated, but these ABN-related elements in connection with the John Kennedy assassination, obviously the Galen group was playing a direct, not just an indirect role in these world events. What we're going to take a look at now is the evolution of the liberation milieu, whose formation we looked at in connection with the Crusade for Freedom campaign, whose operation we looked at in connection with the assassination of President Kennedy, and we're going to take a look at how this milieu evolved in the years since John Kennedy's assassination, and how it ultimately evolved into a major element of the Republican Party. And later on in tonight's program, we're going to take a look at the projection of some of these same elements and even some of these same individuals into the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe as the result of U.S. covert operation and political warfare. We're going to begin by taking a look at an article from Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 33, this from the winter of 1990. By the way, those of you who would like to subscribe to Covert Action Information Bulletin, and I would heartily recommend that, Covert Action Information Bulletin is a quarterly, and it is by far and away the finest periodical dealing with the U.S. intelligence community. The address is Covert Action Information Bulletin, 1500 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, number 732, Washington, D.C., 20005. Again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, 1500 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, number 732, Washington, D.C., 20005. And again, we're going to be looking at Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 33, actually a couple of articles from it, but we're going to begin by taking a look at an article by researcher Russ Bellant, B-E-L-L-A-N-T. This article is entitled The Republican Party and Fascists, subtitled Old Nazis and the New Right. And again, we're going to take a look at the evolution of this Galen ABN-related milieu from the time of the John Kennedy assassination, and we will see it projected into the Republican Party proper as a major element of the Republican Party. Later on, we will see some of these same elements and individuals projected into the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe from which they originated as key agents of American political and psychological warfare, as key operatives in American covert operations in that part of the world in the contemporary period. We begin by taking a look at, Russ Ballant's article. It is May 17th, 1985. Ronald Reagan has been back in the nation's capital less than 2 weeks after his much-criticized trip to the Bitburg Cemetery in West Germany. Now, floodlights and television cameras that are part of a president's entourage are waiting at the Shoreham Hotel as our 400 luncheon guests. Ronald Reagan had recently characterized the Nazi Waffen-SS as, quote, victims, unquote, and these comments held special meaning for some of his afternoon luncheon guests. Although it was a Republican Party affair, it was not the usual GOP set, but a special ethnic outreach unit, the National Republican Heritage Groups and Nationalities Council, RHGC. The RHGC is an umbrella for various ethnic Republican clubs and operates under the auspices of the Republican National Committee. It has a special type of outreach and appears to have consciously recruited some of its members and some of its leaders from an Eastern European emigre network which includes anti-Semites, racists, authoritarians, and fascists, including sympathizers and collaborators of Hitler's Third Reich, former Nazis, and even possible war criminals. The persons in this network are a part of the radical right faction of the ethnic communities they claim to represent. These anti-democratic and racialist components of the RHGC use anti-communist sentiments as a cover for their views while they operate as a de facto emigre fascist network within the Republican Party. Interrupting, bear in mind that one of the major strategic concepts of the Third Reich for conquest was anti-communism. They learned to use anti-communism or fear of communism as a vehicle for conquest. The last sentence again. These anti-democratic and racialist components of the RHGC use anti-communist sentiments as a cover for their views while they operate as a de facto emigre fascist network within the Republican Party. Of course, the strategic use of anti-communism and fear of communism is the major element in the strategy that the Gehlen Organization employed in order to exert its effect on American society, utilizing, again, powerful domestic American political, economic, and national security elements with whose views the Gehlen assessments jibed. They were able to use anti-communism and the fear of communism to have the profound effects on the United States that they had. This is a realization of a major tactic of conquest by the Third Reich. Continuing. Some of the unsavory personalities who were present in that 1985 luncheon audience would later join the 1988 election campaign of President George Bush. This fascist network within the Republican Party represents a small but significant element of the coalition which brought Ronald Reagan into the White House. It is from this network that the George Bush presidential campaign assembled its ethnic outreach unit in 1988, a unit that saw 8 resignations by persons charged with anti-Semitism, racism, and even Nazi collaboration. This network organizes support for its ideological agenda through national and international coalitions of like-minded constituencies which often work with other pro-fascist groups. This broader coalition ranges from Axis allies and their apologists to friends and allies of contemporary dictatorships and authoritarian regimes. In the case of the Republican Heritage Groups Council, the nature of this network can be illustrated by briefly reviewing the backgrounds of some of the past and current leadership. First name is very important. Laszlo Pastor, Laszlo Pastor. The founding chair and a key figure in the council, Pastor began his political career in a Hungarian pro-Nazi party and served in Berlin at the end of World War II. He continues to be involved in ultra-rightist groups and fascist networks while working with the GOP. Again, begins his political career in the Hungarian Arrow Cross organization, serves in Berlin at the end of World War II, and again quoting Ballant, he continues to be involved in ultra-rightist groups and fascist networks while working with the GOP. Radi Slavov, R-A-D-I, capital S-L-A-V-O-F-F. The RHGC's executive director is a member of a Bulgarian fascist group and leader of the Bulgarian GOP unit of the council. he was able to get the leader of his Bulgarian nationalist group an invitation to the White House, even though the leader was being investigated for concealing alleged World War II war crimes. He is also active in other émigré fascist groups. Nicholas Nazarenko, Nicolas Nazarenko, a former World War II officer in the German SS Cossack Division, Nazarenko heads the Cossack GOP unit of the Republican Heritage Group's Council and has declared that Jews are his, quote, ideological enemy, unquote. He is still active with pro-Nazi elements in the U.S. Florian Galdau, Galdau. He is a close associate and defender of Valerian Trifa, that's Valerian Trifa, the Romanian archbishop prosecuted for concealing his involvement in war crimes of the pro-Nazi Romanian Iron Guard. Charged by former Iron Guardists and others with being the East Coast recruiter for the Iron Guard in the U.S., Galdau heads the Romanian Republican unit of the RHGC. Philip A. Guarino, Guarino. He is an honorary American member of the conspiratorial P2 Masonic Lodge of Italy, which plotted in the early 1970s to overthrow the Italian government in order to install a dictatorship. Guarino, an Italian Heritage Council member and Republican National Committee advisor, offered aid to those P2 members being investigated. Recall, obviously, we've seen how Nicholas Nazarenko was a member of a World War II Waffen-SS division. Philip Guarino, part of the P2 Lodge. Now, bear in mind that the P2 Lodge, headed up by Licio Gelli, is headed up by a fellow who was an officer in the SS during World War II. And again, bear in mind that one of the major Third Reich plans for surviving defeat was to have the post-World War II Reich grouped around the SS and Gestapo. Bear in mind that, as we saw, also, we've taken a look at this in past segments of this archive show, an element of the mythology generated by Alfred Rosenberg's Ostministerium during the Third Reich was that Cossacia was a separate nation. We now find the Cossack GOP unit of the Republican Heritage Group's Council, despite the fact there is not a Cossacia in the Soviet Union. Again, this representing an evolution of a Nazi political concept into a Republican Party unit. We took a look at Valerian Trifa in a big way in Radio Free America program number 2. This fellow was invited to give the opening convocation before the U.S. Senate in 1955 by Richard Nixon. And recall that we took a look at how he came in, that is to say Valerian Trifa, an associate of Florian Galdau, how Valerian Trifa came to the United States as a result of his work for the Galen Organization. Again, Radio Free America number 2. We took a look at the P2 Lodge in Radio Free America shows 17 through 21, particularly numbers 17 and 19. Skipping down and continuing with Russ Ballant's article, the Displaced Persons Commission, which worked from 1948 to 1952, arranged for approximately 400,000 persons to come to the U.S. Initially, it sought to bar members of pro-Nazi groups, but in 1950 a dramatic reversal took place. The commission declared, quote, the Baltic Legion not to be a movement hostile to the government of the United States, unquote. The Baltic Legion was also known as the Baltic Waffen or Armed SS. Now, again, this is declared, quote, not to be a movement hostile to the government of the United States, unquote. Famous last words. Continuing, the final report of the commission noted that the decision, quote, was the subject of considerable controversy, unquote, as well it should have been. The Waffen-SS participated in the liquidation of Jews in the Baltic region because the SS units were comprised of Hitler's loyal henchmen recruited from fascist political groups long tied to the German Nazi Party. Remember the Baltics, including Lithuania. We're going to come back to them later. Anyone opposed to the German occupation of the Baltic region, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, was likely to meet a cruel death at their hands. They were now considered qualified to come to the United States to become American citizens. Further, pro-Nazi elements from other parts of Europe came to the U.S. through nominally private groups associated with the Commission. In 1952, the Commission completed its work. The Eisenhower-Nixon presidential campaign was on, and the Republicans were charging the Democrats with being, quote, soft on communism, unquote. Talk of, quote, liberating, unquote, Eastern Europe became part of the GOP message. That year, the Republican National Committee formed an ethnic division. Displaced fascists, hoping to be returned to power by an Eisenhower-Nixon, quote, liberation, unquote, policy, were among those who signed on. This would become the embryo for the formation of the Republican Heritage Groups Council in 1969. In a sense, however, the foundation of the Republican Heritage Groups Council lay in Hitler's networks in Eastern Europe before World War II. In many Eastern European countries, the German SS set up or funded political action organizations that helped form SS militias during the war. Last two sentences again, because they're critical. In a sense, however, the foundation of the Republican Heritage Groups Council lay in Hitler's networks in Eastern Europe before World War II. In many Eastern European countries, the German SS set up or funded political action organizations that helped form SS militias during the war. In Hungary, for example, the Arrow Cross was the Hungarian SS affiliate. In Romania, the Iron Guard. The Bulgarian Legion, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, the Latvian Legion, and the Belarusians, White Russians, Belarus Brigade were all SS-linked. These organizations, again, I'm not going to read the passage, Hungarian Arrow Cross, Romanian Iron Guard, the Bulgarian Legion, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the Latvian Legion, and the Belarus Brigade, all SS-linked, and bear in mind that the Third Reich's plans to survive the war were grouped around the SS and Gestapo as a residual Third Reich institution. Continuing, and here we see these elements basically emerging in the contemporary Republican Party. Continuing, in each of their respective countries, they were expected to serve the interests of the German Nazi Party before and during the war. And as we shall see, they have served the interests of the German Nazi Party after the war as well, including and especially by their activities inside of the U.S. and the Republican Party. Skipping down and continuing. The founding chair of the Republican Heritage Groups Council was Laszlo Pastor, an activist in various Hungarian rightist and Nazi-linked groups. In World War II, Pastor was a member of the youth group of the Arrow Cross, the Hungarian equivalent of the German Nazi Party. When Pastor came to the U.S. in the 1950s, he joined the GOP's ethnic division. One of the leaders of the 1968 Nixon-Agnew campaign's ethnic unit, Pastor says that Nixon promised him that if he won the election, he would form a permanent ethnic council within the GOP, as the ethnic division was only active during presidential campaigns. Pastor was made the organizer of the council after Nixon's victory. Pastor claims, quote, "It was my job to identify about 25 ethnic groups," unquote, to bring into the Republican Heritage Groups Council. And again, quoting, "In 1972, we used the council as the skeleton to build the heritage groups for the re-election of the president," unquote. So again, Hungarian Arrow Cross veteran Laszlo Pastor, the founder of the RHGC. Skipping down and continuing. According to RHGC delegates interviewed during the May 1985 conference in setting up the council, according to RHGC delegates interviewed during the May 1985 conference, in setting up the council, Pastor went to various collaborationist and fascist-minded emigre groups and asked them to form GOP federations. It eventually became clear that it was not an accident or a fluke that people with Nazi associations were in the Republican Heritage Groups Council. In some cases, more mainstream ethnic organizations were passed over in favor of smaller but more extremist groups. And it seems clear that the Republican National Committee knows with whom they are dealing. A review of the federations will illustrate this point. We begin by examining the Bulgarian National Front. Ballant writes, "One of the organizations which Pastor approached to help form the RHGC was the Bulgarian National Front, headed by Ivan Dochev, D-O-C-H-E-F-F. As early as 1971, the GOP was warned that the National Front was beyond the pale. A Jack Anderson column quoted another Bulgarian-American organization, the Conservative Bulgarian National Committee, which labeled Dochev's National Front as, quote, fascist, unquote. Neither the GOP nor the Nixon campaign took action. Professor Spaz T. Raikin, that's S-P-A-S-R-A-I-K-I-N, beginning again, Professor Spaz T. Raikin, a former official of the National Front, says the group grew out of an organization in Bulgaria in the 1930s and 1940s that was, quote, pro-Nazi and pro-fascist. This sentence again, Professor Spaz T. Raikin, a former official of the National Front, says the group grew out of an organization in Bulgaria that in the 1930s and 1940s was, quote, pro-Nazi and pro-fascist, unquote. Of course, we took a look at Professor Spaz T. Raikin, the former Secretary General of the American Friends of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, and the individual who met Lee Harvey Oswald upon his return from the Soviet Union. And so, in addition to being the former Secretary General of the American Friends of the ABN, in addition to meeting Lee Harvey Oswald upon his return from the Soviet Union, again, supposedly a Marxist and a traitor to the United States, we find that Spaz Raikin, not surprisingly, was a former official of the pro-Nazi and pro-fascist Bulgarian National Front. Continuing. Dochev, age 83, is semi-retired from GOP activity, and the National Front is now represented by Radi Slavov, Republican Heritage Group's Council Executive Director and head of the Bulgarian GOP Federation. Slavov also represents the National Front in several other Washington, D.C. area coalitions, including one that is Nazi-linked. While Dochev was representing the National Front, the Justice Department's Office of Special Investigations, or OSI, was investigating him for possible war crimes he was suspected of committing while the mayor of a German-occupied city in Bulgaria. Dochev denies he ever committed war crimes, and the OSI never brought charges. Dochev's political history, however, is not in dispute. Founder of a Bulgarian youth group in the early 1930s, Dochev met with Adolf Hitler and the Nazi movement's leading philosopher Alfred Rosenberg in 1934, shortly after the Nazis came to power. Dochev then established the Bulgarian Legion, a pro-Hitler group that agitated for government action against Bulgarian Jews. So again, apparently, Dochev, in addition to forming the Bulgarian Front, he had met personally with Hitler as well as Alfred Rosenberg, the key architect of Third Reich policy vis-à-vis the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Continuing with Ballant's account, skipping down again, now we're talking about the Archbishop Valerian Trifa of the Romanian American Orthodox Episcopate, and bear in mind, again, we took a look at him in program number 2, RFA number 2. We took a look at his association with Richard Nixon and Reinhard Gehlen. Of Trifa and his close associate and defender, Florian Goldau, Ballant writes as follows. FBI documents from 1954 and 1955, which were used in the prosecution of Trifa, show that Trifa, quote, is bringing Iron Guard members into the U.S. and installing them as priests. One of these priests, according to a document dated October 5, 1955, was Florian Goldau, whom an FBI source described as, quote, a Romanian Iron Guard member, and who at Trifa's instructions was elected pastor of St. Dumitru, a Manhattan parish. That's D-U-M-I-T-R-U. Skipping down again in this particular passage, and bear in mind again that the Romanian Iron Guard were brutal collaborators of the Third Reich, and we took a look at them in a big way, again, in RFA number 2. Now, of Philip Guarino, the honorary member of the P2 Lodge, Ballant writes of him as follows. A theology student in Mussolini's Italy in the late 1920s and much of the 1930s, Guarino helped establish the ethnic division of the GOP in 1952. He was vice chair of the Republican Heritage Group's council from 1971 to 75. He attended the 1985 council convention to ensure that his friend, Frank Stella, S-T-E-L-L-A, won the chairmanship of the council in a tight race with former Cleveland Mayor Ralph Perk, P-E-R-K. Guarino was also described in St. Peter's Banker, a book about activities involving P2, as an, quote, honorary member of P2, unquote. Foreign members of P2 were rare. Another member of the select group was Jose Lopez Rega, R-E-G-A, founder of the Latin American death squad group known as the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, or AAA. Guarino was also involved in John Connolly's Committee for the Defense of the Mediterranean, which disseminated propaganda on the Italian Communist Party, or PCI, supposed threat to the West. Connolly was Richard Nixon's Secretary of the Treasury and a member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board under Nixon and Gerald Ford. In 1978, Guarino's friend and ally, Frank Stella, became national chair of the, quote, Heritage National Committee of Connolly for President, unquote, when Connolly sought the 1980 GOP nomination for president. Well, of course, John Connolly was governor of Texas when Kennedy was assassinated, was riding in the car with President Kennedy. He later helped block Jim Garrison's investigation by refusing to extradite Sergio Arcacha Smith to New Orleans. And, of course, Richard Nixon, we took a look at his involvement in the assassination of John Kennedy in The Guns of November Part 3, including a massive addendum that I did this past June of 1992. Now, bear in mind again that every president we have had since Kennedy, with the exception of Jimmy Carter, was involved in some way or another with either Kennedy's assassination or its cover-up. LBJ, of course, deeply involved. We've already touched on Richard Nixon. Gerald Ford succeeded Richard Nixon when he had to resign. Gerald Ford, of course, a key member of the Warren Commission. Ronald Reagan helped to block Jim Garrison's investigation by refusing to extradite Edgar Eugene Bradley to New Orleans, despite the fact that then Deputy State Attorney General Charles A. O'Brien, who reviewed Garrison's extradition request, recommended that it be granted. Reagan delayed action until after Richard Nixon was elected president, then turned it down without comment. Of course, we've taken a look at, later Reagan served on the Rockefeller Commission, examining whether or not there was CIA involvement in the Kennedy assassination. Reagan and others said there was none. There obviously was some. And George Bush, of course, as Director of Central Intelligence, helped frustrate congressional investigations into the possible CIA connections of Ruby and Oswald. In addition, George Bush's name crops up in connection with the Kennedy assassination and a number of other ways that the investigation into the assassination in a number of ways that I touched on in the first installment of this archive show. So it's interesting to find Guarino close to John Connolly. Also bear in mind that William Casey, director of the CIA, a good friend of George Bush and his father Prescott Bush Sr., manager of Ronald Reagan's 1980 campaign, later, again, CIA director, a member of the OSS unit that had been working with Galen right at the end of World War II. William Casey is also on the very same President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board with John Connolly under Gerald Ford. And as we'll see, Gerald Ford appointed George Bush to be director of the CIA, and he then again did a number of things, including helping to frustrate congressional investigations into CIA connections to Ruby and Oswald. We'll take a look at George Bush and his tenure as CIA director later. Again, though, note that William Casey is on the same President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board with John Connolly. Again, these connections are to be looked at as an old boy network or a coup group, suit yourself, because that's basically why we find these same individuals cropping up so often. Now, we're going to skip ahead to the 1988 presidential campaign, and we're going to see these same fascist Galen-ABN-connected elements emerging on George Bush's campaign. And by the way, we looked at this in a miscellaneous archive show that was recorded at the time, called, appropriately enough, Nazis and Anti-Semites on the Bush Campaign. Russ Ballant writes of this as follows: on August 2nd, 1988, many of the key figures in the RHGC were named as leaders of the George Bush presidential campaign's ethnic outreach arm, the Coalition of American Nationalities, or CAN. These included Anna Chenault, A-N-N-A-C-H-E-N-N-A-U-L-T, Walter Melyanovich, M-E-L-I-A-N-O-V-I-C-H, Laszlo Pastor, Frank Stella, Roddy Slavoff, Philip Guarino, and Florian Goldau. Other persons on the Bush ethnic panel with questionable views or pasts were Bohdan Fedorak and Akselis Manjuris, That's spelled Bohdan, Fedorak. The second fellow was Akselis, Mangulis. In September of 1988, Pastor Slavov Guarino, Goldau Fedorak Brentar, and Ignatius Bilinsky resigned from the Bush panel following revelations about their pasts or views appearing in the Washington Jewish Week, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the extended version of this article, which was published by Political Research Associates. By the way, Brentar is Brentar, Ignatius Bilinsky, Ignatius Billinsky. Continuing with Ballant's account. Bush advisor Fred Malek, Malek, resigned from the Bush campaign after the Washington Post identified him as having compiled lists of Jews working at the Bureau of Labor Statistics on orders from the Nixon White House. In early November, the Philadelphia Inquirer raised questions about a Latvian member of CAN, which prompted the final resignation, that of Akselis Mangulis, charged with having belonged to the pro-Nazi Latvian Legion, which had connections to the SS. While Bush campaign spokespersons pledged there would be an investigation into the backgrounds and views of the CAN members whose resignations it had announced, no serious investigation ever took place, and the campaign repeatedly referred to the charges as unsubstantiated, politically motivated smears. Several of the persons who had been reported as resigning told journalists they had never been asked to resign and considered themselves still active with the Bush campaign. Furthermore, Guarino, Slavov, Goldau, and Pastor are still active with the Republican Heritage Group's Council. As a candidate, President Bush defended Goldau, Pastor, Guarino, and Slavov as innocent of all accusations of collaboration and insisted they are all honorable men. But the historical record belied his assertions. So again, we are tracing the evolution of these liberation advocates in this liberation milieu right on up through the Republican Party. And bear in mind that some of the Eastern European organizations like Iron Guard, Arrow Cross, Bulgarian Front, OUN, were specifically SS collaborationist elements. Again, the Nazis' post-World War II underground plans to be grouped around the SS and Gestapo. Here we see the Gehlen and ABN groups to use to project these same elements into American society. And again, bear in mind that anti-communism, the fear of communism, was basically the way in which these elements were able to wheedle their way into the Republican Party. And we're seeing here yet another evolution of the rollback or liberation milieu. We're going to take a musical break now, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillments of the Christian West concept, liberation theory, the synthesis of political, economic, and national security activity mandated by NSC 68, and as the ultimate fulfillment of the goals of Rosenberg's Ostministerium from the Third Reich. That after a musical break, and then more of Radio Free America program number 37. We're going to continue now with this installment of Radio Free America 37, and we're going to begin taking a look at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of the Christian West concept, liberation theory, and the doctrine as enunciated in Paul Nietzsche's NSC 68, again, drawn up during the Truman administration, a Democratic administration, realized under the Republican administrations, the arch-Republican administrations of Ronald Reagan and George Bush, indicating the bipartisan nature of the effects of the Gehlen Organization, related elements, their sympathetic elements in the United States, on the United States. We're going to begin by looking at another article also from Covert Action Information Bulletins number 33, issue number 33, from the winter of 1990. This particular article was authored by Bob Callahan, Callahan. It's entitled The 1980 Campaign, Agents for Bush. And with the Reagan and Bush administration, we will see the results of the formation of the national security state, the total synthesis of economic, political, and national security activity, which was mandated by NSC 68, which we looked at in detail last week, and which we will touch back on this evening. And again, these administrations, the fulfillment of that. Now again, Economic, political, and military or national security activities have always been deeply related, but the doctrine enunciated under NSC 68, basically the Christian West concept as applied to the United States, that doctrine, the synthesis, the complete synthesis of those three spheres of activity, it resulted in the national security state. The ultimate fulfillment of that state has been realized under the Reagan and Bush administrations. Beginning with Bob Callahan's the 1980 campaign, Agents for Bush, we're going to take a look at the profound involvement of elements of U.S. intelligence operatives, both past, or quote, past, unquote, and present, in George Bush's initially abortive drive for the presidency. Callahan writes, On inaugural eve, January 21, 1981, George Herbert Walker Bush, the new Vice President of the United States, could pause and look back on his own failed presidential campaign and yet feel satisfied knowing that the interests of the intelligence community would be well represented in the new Reagan-Bush administration. A tough Wall Street lawyer and a strong advocate of covert operations, William Casey, was about to be installed as Director of Central Intelligence, or DCI. And George Bush, a former DCI who also had many friends on Wall Street, was just, quote, one heartbeat away, unquote, from the presidency of the United States. I would interrupt in a miscellaneous archive show called George Bush and the Shooting of President Reagan. We took a look at the strong connections between the Hinckley family and the Bush family. Of course, John Hinckley Jr., convicted of attempting to assassinate Reagan. Continuing here with the account. To a great extent, George Bush owed his recent political fortune to several old CIA friends, chiefly Ray Klein, C-L-I-N-E, who had helped to rally the intelligence community behind Bush's candidacy in its early stages. It had been Ray Klein, after all, who had first started the loose organization of, quote, agents for Bush, unquote. Bill Peterson of the Washington Post wrote in a March 1, 1980 article, quote, simply put, no presidential campaign in recent memory, perhaps ever, has attracted as much support from the intelligence community as has the campaign of former CIA Director George Bush, unquote. Again, I'll interrupt. One never becomes director of the CIA and severs one's contacts with the agency. The concept of a, quote, ex, unquote, CIA agent is always one that must be viewed with a jaundiced eye, but one never becomes director of Central Intelligence and severs contacts with the agency. One simply knows too much. You literally know where the bodies are buried. Continuing. It was true. By the 1st of March, Ray Klein had helped put together an intelligence community campaign support staff of such size, complexity, and character that had the Bush campaign initiated its own covert actions, it undoubtedly had the capacity to bring down at least half the world's governments based on its own past experiences and associations. Note this very interesting statement. By the 1st of March, Ray Klein had helped put together an intelligence community campaign support staff of such size, complexity, and character that had the Bush campaign initiated its own covert actions, it undoubtedly had the capacity to bring down at least half of the world's governments based on its own past experiences and associations. Of course, the Reagan campaign itself came to power in large measure as a result of a covert operation, namely the so-called October Surprise, the apparent deal cut between the Reagan-Bush campaign and the Khomeini forces in Iran to withhold the U.S. hostages until after Jimmy Carter's humiliation and consequent election defeat were assured. Continuing. George Bush's CIA campaign staff included Klein, CIA Chief of Station in Taiwan from 1958 through 62, Lieutenant General Sam V. Wilson, and Lieutenant General Harold A. Aaron, capital A-A-R-O-N, both former directors of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Also included was retired General Richard Stilwell, S-T-I-L-L-W-E-L-L, once the CIA's Chief of Covert Operations for the Far East, and at least 25 other retired company directors, deputy directors, and/or agents. It is hard to overestimate the level of CIA support that then existed for Bush's presidential campaign. At the annual meeting of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, or AFIO, the previous fall, Bush's Virginia campaign coordinator and the former director of AFIO, Jack Coakley, C-O-A-K-L-E-Y, claimed to have counted 190 Bush for President buttons being worn by the convention's 240 delegates. CIA support for Bush was apparently not limited to off-duty or retired agents either. One of Bush's earliest supporters, Angelo Codevilla, Codevilla, informed the Congressional Committee that he was, quote, aware that active-duty agents of the Central Intelligence Agency worked for the George Bush primary election campaign, unquote. Codevilla made this statement in a sworn affidavit prepared for a 1984 House investigation. We're going to skip down in the Bob Callahan article, and we're going to take a look at some activities of George Bush when he was Director of Central Intelligence. We're going to take a look at some early connections between the Bush family and William Casey. Recall William Casey in charge of all secret intelligence for the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, America's World War II intelligence agency, and part of the OSS faction that was deeply connected with the Gehlen organization in its early years. Callahan writes, as important as Ray Klein's advice and support had been to George Bush, the real turning point in Bush's quest for the White House came when William Casey convinced Ronald Reagan to choose Bush as his running mate. Recall that Casey was Ronald Reagan's campaign manager. He later became director of CIA, of course. Continuing with Callahan's text, Bush and Casey were, after all, old friends. By 1979, the two had worked closely on a number of intelligence matters for over a dozen years. In 1962, for example, William Casey and Prescott Bush, George's father, co-founded the National Strategy Information Center in New York City. The elder Bush and Casey were both leading Republican conservative members of New York's Wall Street community, and both could claim a background in intelligence matters while members of the U.S. military. In subsequent years, the organization which William Casey and Prescott Bush created became increasingly embroiled in political controversy. The National Strategy Information Center had funded a series of Forum World Features publications until it was publicly revealed that the Forum was a CIA proprietary operating out of London and was engaged in a variety of anti-left disinformation campaigns. The Bush-Casey think tank had also played a pioneering role in establishing chairs and scholarships on numerous U.S. college campuses where friends of the CIA were able to gain a modicum of intellectual credibility teaching courses on intelligence and national security issues. By the way, let's recall now that Prescott Bush was a very close friend of Henry Neil Mallon, the chairman of the board of Dresser Industries, and it was Henry Neil Mallon who got George Bush his first job with IDECO, a subsidiary of Dresser Industries, and in the Anthony Kimry article in the Company of Friends, numerous intelligence veterans speculated that that was almost certainly, at least in their opinion, a cover for intelligence activities by George Bush. He had no experience in the petroleum industry, and he was immediately used by Dresser Industries, a subsidiary IDECO, to conduct its activities behind the Iron Curtain. Recall also that Prescott Bush Sr., as we looked at last May in an addendum to the Uncle Sam and the Swastika broadcast, was deeply involved with a number of companies that were doing business with Nazi Germany and were confiscated by the alien property custodian for doing so. Recall also that Prescott Bush Sr.'s friend Henry Neil Mallon, in addition to getting George Bush his first job with Dresser Industries, was also a very good friend of Allen Dulles, and also a good friend of George de Mohrenschildt, who was also associated with George Bush. De Mohrenschildt, one of Oswald's handlers. Recall that in that same Anthony Kimry article, Dresser Industries was often used as a CIA cover organization, and recall that one of the directors, one of the board members on its board of directors, chaired by Henry Neil Mallon, was Louis McNaughton, and Louis McNaughton was one of the key people of the petroleum engineering firm DeGolyer and McNaughton, some of whose associates, such as George Bowie and Declan Ford and Jack Alston Crichton, were involved with the handling of the Oswalds and were part and parcel to this petroleum industry, intelligence, Gehlen-related milieu that we began our examination of RFA 37 with. So continuing here, moving from the association of William Casey and Prescott Bush Sr., the Bush-Casey think tank had also played a pioneering role in establishing chairs and scholarships on numerous U.S. college campuses where friends of the CIA were able to gain a modicum of intellectual credibility teaching courses on intelligence and national security issues. And, of course, that forum obviously was deeply involved with the CIA. Continuing. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, at Georgetown University was in many ways an outgrowth of the original Bush-Casey think tank. CSIS's illustrious faculty included Henry Kissinger, George Carver, Michael Ledeen, and Ray Klein. William Casey's relationship with young George Bush culminated in 1976 when Casey was appointed to the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board and George Bush was appointed Director of Central Intelligence. Now recall, this is by Gerald Ford, key member of the Warren Commission, sitting on the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board with William Casey, is John Connolly, an associate of Philip Guarino. Continuing. It had long been William Casey's contention that the CIA's assessment of Soviet military strength seriously underestimated the potential Soviet threat. In his young friend, Casey finally found a CIA director willing to do something about the problem. What George Bush and William Casey actually did was to form their own study group to provide the CIA with some competitive analysis, a new Team B analysis to contrast with the agency's own standard Team A analysis. Not surprisingly, the new Team B concluded that the CIA had indeed woefully underestimated the real Soviet threat. This argument was, of course, the primary justification for the massive U.S. arms buildup under Reagan. These last couple of sentences again, because they're a key. What George Bush and William Casey actually did was to form their own study group to provide the CIA with some competitive analysis, a new Team B analysis to contrast with the agency's own standard Team A analysis. Not surprisingly, the new Team B concluded that the CIA had indeed woefully underestimated the real Soviet threat. This argument was, of course, the primary justification for the massive U.S. arms buildup under Reagan. Team B was led by George Bush's future advisor, Professor Richard Pipes, P-I-P-E-S, and by General Daniel Graham, who later became a leader in the fight to develop Star Wars technology. Indeed, the entire anti-Soviet, quote, evil empire, unquote, tone of the Reagan administration was set by this group of Bush-Casey analysts. The die, as they say, had been cast. William Casey was entirely aware of this background when he approached the California governor with his recommendation for a vice presidential running mate. While some found George Bush too wimpish for their taste, Casey would not be so easily misled. So again, we have William Casey and Prescott Bush, the same Prescott Bush who's a friend of Henry Neil Mallon of Dresser Industries, himself an associate of Allen Dulles, and George de Mohrenschildt, another associate of George Bush, and recall that Dresser, a frequent cover for intelligence and CIA activities. They formed the National Strategy Information Center involved with CIA. William Casey appointed to the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, along with, at the same time, as George Bush is appointed director of the CIA, both appointed by Gerald Ford. And then George Bush brings in a Team B to reassess the dimensions of the Soviet military threat, and in the drastically revised and upgraded estimate of the Soviet military threat, we are seeing a recapitulation of the same process which we saw in the United States in the early 50s, with the spurious reports being given by the Gehlen Organization to the United States, and those reports being received enthusiastically by American Cold Warriors who sought to step up the Cold War, notably the aforementioned Paul Nietzsche, who used fear of the Soviet threat, and that fear generated in considerable measure by the exaggerated reports being given by Gehlen. That was used to help justify in the minds of the American people the massive military buildup called for by NSC 68's Paul Nietzsche, And recall that the CFF program, the Crusade for Freedom, which projected liberation thinking and its exponents into the forefront of American political thinking, Paul Nietzsche's, that was the propaganda campaign mandated as an element of NSC 68. In assessing the way the Galen organization has affected this country, two things we should mention, of course, are what perhaps might be called bureaucratic and institutional inertia. If you're going to move up in a government agency and or in the military, basically you're going to have to go along to get along, and with liberation thinking, with the type of thinking that Galen was able to find sympathy with and to a considerable extent manipulate, in order to move up into these institutions, basically it helped enormously to go along with the views of those institutions, so that, again, the inertia generated by the bureaucratic institutions within government, both civilian and military, is a key factor in helping to perpetuate this same type of phenomenon. And here again, with William Casey and George Bush and Team B, we are seeing a repetition of the process we saw in the early 50s vis-a-vis Paul Nietzsche, NSC 68, the Crusade for Freedom, and the formation of liberation theory in order to justify the huge military buildup called for by NSC 68. Now note Professor Richard Pipes of Team B. That's a name we're going to come back to. Bear in mind General Daniel Graham, a leader in the fight to develop Star Wars. We're going to touch on Star Wars later. And above all else, bear in mind that it was the Team B analysis under George Bush while Director of Central Intelligence, working with William Casey, that set the stage for the massive military buildup under Ronald Reagan. We're going to take a look at another member of this Team B analysis group. Research credit on the following article goes to a listener. This is from Harper's Magazine of October of 1991. In the capital letters section, there's an article entitled Unlawful, Unelected, and Unchecked, subtitled How the CIA Subverts the Government at Home, and it's authored by Christopher Hitchens, Hitchens. And skipping down in Hitchens' account, we find of the Team B, we're going to find a familiar name here in addition to the aforementioned Richard Pipes and Daniel Graham. Hitchens writes, "It was also Director Bush who used the agency to tighten the ratchet of 70s anti-commie paranoia by appointing Team B to second-guess the annual intelligence estimates. Team B, made up of Paul Nietzsche, Richard Pipes, Lieutenant General Daniel Graham, and others of similar stamp, is perhaps best remembered for its belief in the unfalsifiable superstition that Moscow sought and could obtain strategic superiority. Out of this smoke came the atmospherics of Reaganism." So we find Paul Nietzsche himself, Mr. NSC 68 himself, Mr. Crusade for Freedom himself, coming back on Team B. And with Team B's overestimates of Soviet military strength, we find a recapitulation of the Galen NSC 68 military buildup phenomenon, which called for the Crusade for Freedom projection of liberation theory and proponents into American political life. And as we shall see, take a look at the Reagan administration as the ultimate fulfillment of the Christian West concept, liberation theory, and NSC 68. We're going to turn again to Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 41, and we're going to reread parts of NSC 68. This from an article called The U.S. Economy, the Enemy Within, by Doug Henwood, Henwood. Now again, during the Truman administration, the impending end of the Marshall Plan in 1952 was seen as representing a threat in a number of ways, chiefly the threat of a U.S. economic slowdown and a corresponding European economic slowdown as well. The Marshall Plan, too, as I mentioned last week, should be seen in the context of the Christian West concept. To counteract that possibility, and to also further realize the strategic aims of the United States, NSC 68 called for a military buildup of enormous proportions to prime the U.S. economic pump with a sort of military Keynesianism, to weaken the Soviet Union by forcing them to match it, and also to stimulate the world economy as well with this massive outflow of U.S. national security dollars, as well as a stimulation of nationalism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and a crackdown on dissent. And in a very prescient, short passage of The Enemy Within by Doug Henwood, he writes, "The Reagan presidency, essentially an intensified rededication to the principles of NSC 68, was its utopia. The huge military buildup was designed to intimidate and bankrupt the Soviet Union, while at the same time smashing any number of third-world pests. It did both. The Pentagon helped power a mad and highly selective economic boom that massively increased the global prestige of capitalism as Soviet-style systems were failing." And again, we're going to look at now the Reagan administration as the ultimate fulfillment of Christian West, the liberation theory, and the principles of NSC 68, and bear in mind that it was the Team B analysis under George Bush as Director of Central Intelligence, in combination with William Casey, dating back to the old Galen Associations of OSS, associate of George Prescott Sr. It was that Team B assessment involving Richard Pipes, who we're going to look at, and Paul Nietzsche, the architect of NSC, who we've already looked at. It was that Team B analysis which laid the groundwork for the Reagan-Bush administrations. Now, an X factor in assessing the Reagan and Bush administrations concerns the relationship between Otto von Bolschwing, a key SS officer, war criminal, and Galen operative, and a woman named Helena von Dahm. We took a look at this in Radio Free America number 3. Now, Helena von Dahm had a, quote, social relationship as well as a professional relationship with Otto von Bolschwing, again, a key Galen operative who also set up an organization parallel to Galen's in the United States. And Helena von Dahm selected she drew up the lists from which all of Ronald Reagan's appointments were made when he was governor of California. She then jumped to the White House with Reagan and became a special White House executive director for presidential personnel. She performed the same function under Ronald Reagan. She also, incidentally, came to the United States when she married a member of the same military intelligence unit of a former Reagan National Security Advisor, William Clark. And although that's by no means definitive, one technique used by the intelligence community to get people from one country or another is to effect a marriage of convenience and then a subsequent divorce once the person has been relocated. That does not mean that Helena von Dahm was such an individual, but it's a possibility that should be looked into. But again, von Dahm draws up the list from which all of Reagan's appointments are made. She had a, quote, social relation, or, quote, knew socially, unquote, Otto von Bolschwing, also did some translating for Otto von Bolschwing's company, TCI, a subsidiary of which, International Imaging Systems, later became a part of Stanford Technology, used by Albert Hakim and others in the Iran-Contra scandal. And again, bear in mind that the Reagan and Bush administrations, the Reagan administration, I should say, with William Casey, later CIA director, as campaign manager, with George Bush, former CIA director under whose tutelage the Team B people came to power. That administration came to power as a result of a covert operation. We're going to take a look. And, oh, by the way, bear in mind also that the early political career of Ronald Reagan was heavily supported by the American Security Council and the personages of people like William Frawley and Henry Salvatore. The American Security Council itself, deeply involved with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and growing out of the Harry Young American Vigilant Intelligence Federation, which collaborated with the Hitler-Goebbels anti-Comintern, and with which it was recommended or suggested by Kurt Reese and the Nazis go underground in 1944, a residual Third Reich should hook up. Turning again to Blowback by Christopher Simpson, with his very prescient analysis of the Reagan administration as the ultimate fulfillment of liberation thinking. More important than any organizational connections, however, is the manner in which liberation thinking has again taken hold in Washington, D.C. The Reagan wing of the Republican Party has historically maintained extremely close ties with the captive nations movement. Many top Reagan activists have spent much of their lives promoting the liberationist cause, even when the theory fell out of fashion after the Hungarian uprising of 1956. Continuing, President Reagan himself bestowed a Medal of Freedom, the country's highest civilian honor, on liberation theorist and former OPC CIA emigre program consultant James Burnham, B-U-R-N-H-A-M, in 1983. Burnham's liberation analysis, quote, profoundly affected the way America views itself and the world, unquote, Reagan intoned at the awards ceremony, and again quoting, and I owe him a personal debt, the president continued, again quoting, because throughout the years of traveling on the mashed potato circuit, I have quoted him widely, unquote. Today, the Reagan administration has updated liberationism to apply to 1980s crisis points like Angola and Nicaragua. The CIA, with the president's backing, is now spending in excess of $600 million per year to equip some 80 to 100,000 anti-communist, quote, freedom fighters, unquote, with arms, supplies, and even state-of-the-art Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. This renewed Cold War strategy, sometimes known as the Reagan Doctrine, has also become a litmus test of conservative Republican orthodoxy, writes Washington Post political analyst Sidney Blumenthal, B-L-U-M-E-N-T-H-A-L. Right-wing true believers have taken to using votes on funding for, quote, freedom fighters, unquote, like Angolan rebel strongman Jonas Savimbi, S-A-V-I-M-B-I, as a means of extracting concessions from Republican moderates and driving their party farther to the right. The new liberationist goal, Blumenthal writes, again quoting, is to ensure that no Republican will be nominated for president who has not pledged fealty to their ideology, unquote. The liberation ideal, quote, permanent counter-revolution, unquote, in Blumenthal's words, meaning protracted conflict with the USSR leading to a final showdown in which communism is wiped from the face of the earth, is not simply a, quote, Nazi idea, unquote, nor is it appropriate to label people who support it Nazis or Nazi sympathizers. This last sentence again, because it's important, it is a very important and accurate statement, and perhaps it may be that people are misunderstanding my identifying everyone who believes in this liberation theory as Nazis. That's not true. The point is, as Simpson goes on to document, and as we've talked about, it is the idea that it has its genesis with the Third Reich. Again, the liberation ideal, permanent counter-revolution, unquote, in Blumenthal's words, meaning protracted conflict with the USSR, leading to a final showdown in which communism is wiped from the face of the earth, is not simply a, quote, Nazi idea, unquote, nor is it appropriate to label people who support it Nazis or Nazi sympathizers. I would interject, of course, obviously many of them who do are both Nazis and or Nazi sympathizers. The Post's Blumenthal, for example, continuing with Simpson's text, attributes many of Burnham's liberationist theories to Burnham's flirtation with Trotskyism in the 1930s. But the fact remains, as Simpson writes here, but the fact remains that ideas and theories have histories just as nations do. They are the products of particular circumstances and junctures in civilization. Burnham's theories were based on his work with exiles during the early years of the American Committee for Liberation, Radio Liberation from Bolshevism, and similar projects that enlisted numerous Nazi collaborators among that generation of, quote, freedom fighters, unquote. Burnham speaks highly of Germany's political warfare in Byelorussia and the Ukraine. The last sentence again. Burnham speaks highly of Germany's political warfare in Byelorussia and the Ukraine. It was only Hitler's later blunders that made its Eastern Front policy a mistake, he writes in Containment or Revolution. The true origins of liberationism as a coherent philosophy lie in Nazi Germany and in the Nazis' political warfare campaign on the Eastern Front and nowhere else. Again, I would note, perhaps somewhat ironically, Simpson says that it's not fair to label liberationism as a Nazi idea, nor all of its advocates as Nazis or Nazi sympathizers, and yet here we have Burnham saying that basically it was only Hitler's later blunders that made its Eastern Front policy a mistake, he writes in Containment or Revolution. And again, the true origins of liberationism as a coherent philosophy lie in Nazi Germany and in the Nazis' political warfare campaign on the Eastern Front and nowhere else. And as we shall see as we progress into tonight's installment, the putting into effect of the basic principles of NSC 68, and bear in mind that, as we've already looked at, indeed Nazis and Nazi sympathizers are front and center in the RHGC, the Republican Heritage Group's Council. We'll see many of these same elements and even some of the same individuals, such as Laszlo Pastor, projected directly into resurgent activity in the former Soviet Union or Eastern Europe, and at least some of those elements in places like Croatia and the Ukraine and Lithuania have apparently achieved political dominance. Although the elements are resurgent, the jury is still out on the degree of dominance that some of them will achieve. Some of them, though, are obviously dominant in the areas, in some of their relevant areas. We're going to return again to The Enemy Within, the U.S. Economy, The Enemy Within, by Doug Henwood, his article on NSC 68. And we're going to review a couple of the principles of NSC 68. Reviewing Doug Henwood's text, NSC 68, again, provided for a massive U.S. military buildup to prime the U.S. economic pump using a sort of military Keynesianism to stimulate the world economy, to break the back economically of the Soviet Union, and also, as we shall see, to stimulate nationalism, unquote, to help dissolve the Soviet Union and break away its satellites. And bear in mind, too, that one of the provisions for NSC 68 was a mass propaganda campaign to build and maintain confidence on our side. Those quotes, that was the mass propaganda campaign which NSC 68 author Paul Nietzsche endorsed, and that was the campaign under which the CFF's projection of liberation thinking and individuals, or exponents, into the American political system took place. Now, quoting from NSC 68, from the Doug Henwood article, quote, "If a dynamic expansion of the economy were achieved," unquote, the memo suggested, "the necessary buildup could be accomplished without a decrease in the national standard of living," unquote. The arms buildup, then, could help solve in ideologically convenient terms the characteristic crisis of U.S.-style capitalism. But an arms buildup would hurt the USSR, which was already, quote, "being drawn upon close to the maximum possible extent," unquote, thereby leaving it even more vulnerable to its characteristic crisis, that of chronic shortage. This economic squeeze was one front in the strategy of containment which, rather than a doctrine of resisting expansion, the public explanation was actually a, quote, "calculated and gradual coercion," unquote, to, as an earlier memo quoted in NSC 68 put it, quote, "reduce the power and influence of the USSR." Well, we're going to take a look now at something that we went into at great length and considerable detail in Radio Free America program number 36, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, namely the Reagan full-court press strategy of destabilizing the Soviet Union, and how this represents a fulfillment of the tactics enunciated and formulated in NSC 68. We're going to turn again. Now, bear in mind that the next few elements of tonight's installment of RFA 37 are recapitulating elements from RFA 36. I'm not going to go into the detail or length that I went into at RFA 36. People interested in this are strongly encouraged, if they do not have it, to get a hold of Radio Free America number 36, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, for a complete discussion of these events. We're turning again to Covert Action Information Bulletins issue number 35 from the fall of 1990. And again, we're going to take a look at the massive Reagan military buildup as the fulfillment of NSC 68. And again, this is in response to the greatly exaggerated estimates of Soviet military power that were produced by Team B, including Richard Pipes, who we're going to look at here, General Daniel Graham of Star Wars advocacy, and Paul Nietzsche, the original architect of NSC 68. And bear in mind that the Team B tactics involving William Casey and George Bush were basically strongly reminiscent and evolved from the Galen exaggerated accounts of Soviet military capabilities and political intentions, which basically served as the pretext for and interacted with Paul Nietzsche and the other people behind NSC-68, which again involved the CFF program in the United States, resulting in the projection of liberation thinking and exponents into the American political mainstream. This particular article, again dealt with at greater length and in more detail in RFA 36, is from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35 from the fall of 1990. It is headlined, or entitled, I should say, A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union, and it's authored by Sean Gervasi, Gervasi, and it reads in part as follows, skipping down. Observers in the West and in the socialist bloc have, on the whole, seriously misunderstood the foreign and military policies pursued by the U.S. during the last decade. These have been depicted as uneven and reckless because most analyses have focused on surface phenomena such as the expansion of military forces or efforts to deny the Soviet Union new technologies rather than on the strategy behind such policies. This strategy now needs to be examined and debated for two reasons. Firstly, it appears to have achieved a considerable measure of success. This is not generally recognized, particularly among critics of the Reagan administration from the center to the left. Conservatives, however, are openly arguing that the Reagan administration set in motion the policies which led to, quote, the defeat of communism, unquote. The editor of Policy Review, the flagship publication of the Heritage Foundation, wrote recently that the West had, quote, won, unquote, the Cold War because of the foreign policies pursued by conservative governments in every major country of the Western world, unquote. And again, take note of this. Actually, no, there's no quote at the end of that. This is the Policy Review publication by the Heritage Foundation, founded by Paul Weyrich, who also founded the Free Congress Foundation, which we're going to look at in just a few minutes. But we can see in this the reflection of the Christian West concept. The editor of Policy Review, the flagship publication of the Heritage Foundation, wrote recently that the West had, quote, won, unquote, the Cold War because of the foreign policies pursued by conservative governments in every major country of the Western world. Again, sort of a reflection of the Christian West. By the way, I would note, too, that when I first analyzed a number of articles that we're going to recapitulate to a certain extent in this archive show in Radio Free America 36, which I did in the late winter and early spring of 1991, the Soviet coup had not yet taken place, the failed coup of August of 1991. I predicted that coup, although I felt that it would lead to a return to Stalinism and the Cold War. It was obvious that the Soviet Union was both infiltrated and being destabilized, but I did not guess that it would fall apart like a wet paper bag. I don't know of anyone outside of the people actually involved in the destabilization who could have accurately assessed that. But this article was written before the Soviet coup, and I predicted that coup as the goal of U.S. covert operations against the Soviet Union. Continuing here with Gervasi's analysis. David Rubenstein, R-U-B-I-N-S-T-E-I-N, a sociologist at the University of Illinois, was more specific. Quote, the key difference in Soviet policy between the 1970s and the 1980s, he wrote, again quoting, is to be explained not by further deterioration of the Soviet economy, but in changes in U.S. foreign policy, unquote. I would add that there was further deterioration of the Soviet economy produced, in fact, by changes in U.S. policy. And Gervasi goes into that. Secondly, there is substantial evidence that having succeeded in aggravating the crisis in the Soviet Union, the U.S. and its allies are now engaged in building internal pressures there for further reforms. They are engaged in open, large-scale interference in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union. Conservative analysts are open about this. Rubenstein, for instance, expressed his concern that, quote, if the current sense of crisis is eased, the motivation for further reform may be lost, unquote. And he concluded that, again quoting, if internal pressure was a key factor in motivating this policy of reform, pressure may be required to keep it moving forward, unquote. One of the first public indications of the existence of a secret strategy to apply pressure against the Soviet Union came in March of 1981. Richard Pipes, a senior National Security Council official in charge of Soviet affairs, gave a press interview which caused some controversy. Pipes, a Soviet expert on leave from Harvard University, told a Reuters correspondent that, quote, nothing was left of détente, unquote. Furthermore, he said, the new administration might soon pursue a foreign policy, quote, as radical as the new president's economic program, unquote. Now, again, Richard Pipes, the NSC's top expert on Soviet affairs, a key member of Team B, along with NSC 68 author Paul Nietzsche, Daniel Graham, and others, formed again by George Bush and William Casey. Continuing, and again, it was the Team B analysis reflective of the Galen misestimates and their effects on American society and the military buildup of NSC 68. It was the Team B analysis which set the stage for the huge military buildup in the Reagan-Bush years and the resulting destabilization and eventual dissolution of the Soviet Union. Continuing here with Gervais' account. The Reagan administration, he told the interviewer, was moving towards a strategy of confrontation with the Soviet Union and with radical and socialist regimes in the Third World. The purpose of the strategy, Pipes indicated, was to change the world balance of forces in favor of the U.S. and its allies. The key sentence in the Pipes interview was, quote, Soviet leaders would have to choose between peacefully changing their communist system in the direction followed by the West and going to war, unquote. And the New York Times described Pipes as saying that, quote, there was no alternative to war with the Soviet Union if the Russians did not abandon communism, unquote. These words did not come from a middle-level government official. They came from the senior National Security Council officer in charge of Soviet affairs, and they were, for that reason exactly, seen as indicating a dangerous aggressiveness on the part of the Reagan administration. The Pipes interview rang alarm bells around the world. The White House immediately disavowed the interview, claiming that Pipes' remarks, quote, did, quote, not represent the views of the administration, unquote. Even so, U.S. allies protested vigorously. The Financial Times of London warned that U.S. allies would be angered by any attempt to play what it called, quote, a dangerous game of chicken, unquote. By the way, I would interrupt here before we continue with Gervais' account. Pipes himself is of Polish. He was born in Poland. This, by the way, should not be interpreted as being xenophobic or in any way a negative reflection on Polish Americans, but rather one of the effects of the Galen organization and its related elements was to project exiles from not only the elements of the various republics of the former Soviet Union proper, but also from Warsaw Pact countries into American political life. Zbigniew Brzezinski, for example, was Jimmy Carter's national security advisor. He was born in Poland. He also was very active with Galen-related elements in Radio Free Europe, including Paul Henze, former CIA station chief in Europe. He was preceded as national security advisor by Henry Kissinger, who obviously was born in Germany. And Kissinger, interestingly enough, served in World War II with the 970th Counterintelligence Corps, which recruited many of the top Third Reich people who eventually moved into the Galen organization, including, among others, SS commando trainer and Third Reich favorite, Hitler favorite, I should say, Otto Skorzeny, who went to work for Galen, and the notorious war criminal Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, as well. Later, as documented in The Belarus Secret by John Loftus, Henry Kissinger went to work for the Pentagon on a program to revive the collaborationist networks inside of the Soviet Union in the event of a Third World War. Those networks obviously were Galen networks. This by way of taking a look at the level to which Galen-related elements or elements influenced by the policies that the Galen organization helped to institute in combination with its sympathizers and allies inside the United States, the level to which some of these elements rose. People like Polish-born Brzezinski, Polish-born Pipes, German-born Kissinger moved to the highest echelons of the U.S. government without having been born in the United States as a result of the general phenomena that we're looking at here. And again, I'm not in any way casting aspersions on German Americans or Polish Americans or suggesting that Pipes is a Nazi. Obviously, he was a hard-tailed Cold Warrior and basically someone in the Galen mold of thinking, not necessarily a Nazi himself. Continuing now with Gervais' account, then the storm fell as suddenly as it had arisen, and nothing more was heard of the matter. That is the inflammatory rhetoric by NSC Soviet Affairs Specialist Richard Pipes, a member of Team B. In retrospect, writes Gervasi, it seems likely that pipes was being used deliberately to alarm the Soviets so that they would try to match the U.S. military expansion then underway, particularly in the nuclear field. The pipes, quote, leak, unquote, is entirely consistent with a strategy of, quote, spending them into bankruptcy, unquote, or, quote, weakening Russia's economy, unquote. Those quotes from a Rand Corporation paper from October of 1985. The strategy itself, however, involved much more than the threat of nuclear war. A large number of studies by the Rand Corporation carried out in the early 1980s shed considerable light on the wider strategy and made it clear that the Reagan administration was not preparing for war, but mounting a, quote, sophisticated attack on the Soviet economy. The Rand Corporation is a California think tank which carries out a great deal of classified research, especially for the military. Its experts move in and out of government, and it is routinely asked to analyze and comment upon military and intelligence planning documents which are not accessible to an ordinary congressman. Rand, like a number of similar organizations, is in effect a part of the military intelligence complex. Many of the Rand studies in question were commissioned by the Department of Defense, and the published papers were often, quote, sanitized, unquote, versions of classified studies. The titles of the papers themselves were suggestive. They included, quote, economic leverage on the Soviet Union, unquote, the costs of the Soviet Empire, unquote, sitting on bayonets, the Soviet defense burden, and Moscow's economic dilemma, unquote. Taken together, these papers were essentially concerned with two issues. The first was, quote, economic stringency, unquote, in the Soviet Union, especially from the late 1970s. The second was what measures NATO countries could use to make that, quote, economic stringency, unquote, more acute. And again, the NATO countries, we're talking about the Christian West. These papers, moreover, developed a clear analytical line of argument which may be summarized as follows. Economic growth in the Soviet Union had begun to slow in the late 1970s, increasing the difficulties of meeting the various claims on resources. At the same time, the Soviet Union was entering a, quote, leadership crisis as leadership of the Communist Party was being passed to a younger generation. The United States and its allies could take various actions which would force the Soviet Union to increase its defense spending and its economic and military assistance to allies and friends. They could also take measures to deny the Soviet Union access to credits, key imports, and modern technology, which is especially important for increasing productivity and accelerating growth. Such measures would either reduce the overall volume of resources available to the Soviet Union, hold back the growth of productivity, or force resources to be shifted from domestic consumption and investment. Each of these effects would aggravate the difficulties confronting the Soviet leadership in a stagnant economy. A combination of measures, quote, to impose costs, unquote, on the Soviet Union might be expected to lead to a fall in investment and/or living standards. A combination of such measures, consequently, might generate pressures within the Soviet Union for withdrawing from the world stage and for political and economic reforms. Thus, the Rand studies seem to be preparing the groundwork for a kind of hot-cold war aimed at weakening and possibly even breaking the back of the Soviet economy. In the 1980s, after a decade of détente, this was remarkable enough in itself. It is clear, however, that analysts believe the ultimate aim of this strategy should be to force change upon the Soviet Union. Thus, the Reagan administration sees Soviet economic troubles as an opportunity to complicate, this is a quote, by the way, thus the Reagan administration sees Soviet economic troubles as an opportunity to complicate further their resource allocation dilemma in the hope that additional pressure would result in a reallocation of resources away from defense or would push the economy in the direction of economic and political reforms. And the next section of Gervasi's article, The Reagan Doctrine, a Full-Court Press. The fact that the Rand Corporation and other think tanks were in the early years of the last decade studying the possibilities of the strategy in question does not prove that the Reagan administration ever adopted such a strategy. However, in mid-1982, evidence began to emerge that the Reagan administration had actually adopted precisely the kind of policy which Rand had been studying and which Pipes had referred to. In May of 1982, a second White House official, a consultant to the National Security Council, met with a small group of reporters to give a background briefing. The subject was U.S. policy towards the Soviet Union. According to one reporter, the White House official outlined an extremely aggressive policy, and his remarks actually alarmed some of those present. Helen Thomas, the UPI White House correspondent, sent a dispatch about the meeting which contained the following passage. A senior White House official said Reagan approved an 8-page national security document that undertakes a campaign aimed at internal reform in the Soviet Union and the shrinkage of the Soviet Empire. He reaffirmed that it could be called, quote, a full-court press, unquote, against the Soviet Union. And more about this full-court press, skipping down in the article, William Clark, then Reagan's national security advisor, hinted at the existence of a full-court press at the time that the defense guidance document was leaked to the New York Times. Speaking at Georgetown University on May 20th, 1982, he described emerging U.S. strategy as including, quote, diplomatic, economic, and international components built on a foundation of military strength, unquote. Clark was saying that Cold War rhetoric, policies toward East-West trade, quote, public diplomacy, unquote, rearmament, etc., were all connected, all part of an overall plan. And he indicated that this strategy had a new purpose, quote, we must force our principal adversary, the Soviet Union, to bear the brunt of its economic shortcomings, unquote. And skipping down, according to Gene Kirkpatrick, the Reagan doctrine included the following important components, quote, rebuilding defenses, that is, expansion of U.S. military forces, quote, developing new defenses, unquote, including the Strategic Defense Initiative. Recall that Daniel Graham was a key advocate of that. We're going to touch back on the SDI, so hold that in mind. Quote, development and deployment of advanced weapons in the U.S. and Europe, unquote, withholding, quote, from our adversaries advanced technology of military importance, unquote, quote, support for freedom fighters, unquote, that is, low-intensity war and proxy war, propaganda, or what Kirkpatrick called a response at the ideological level to, quote, semantic infiltration, unquote, and moral disarmament, a foreign assistance program that would, quote, utilize aid to expand and preserve freedom. Skipping down again, the typical campaign of now here we're going to turn from the economic pressure, again, massive military spending to break the back of the Soviet Union, the fulfillment of what was first proposed in NSC 68 by Paul Nietzsche, a member of Team B, which led directly to the Reagan military buildup. Now we're going to turn to the destabilization of the Soviet Union through internal covert action. The typical skipping down, Gervasi writes, the typical campaign of destabilization has involved two elements. The first is external pressure, the second is internal manipulation. The attacker is bent on creating disruption and turmoil in the target country, but that is only its first objective. The ultimate purpose is to produce political change, typically a change of government, a coup d'etat, or even a revolution. There can be no assurance, however, that disruption and turmoil will produce the desired political results. Therefore, in most cases, the attacking power also intervenes in the internal political process in the target country. Now we're going to take a look. Now bear in mind here those couple of sentences. The ultimate purpose is to produce political change, typically a change of government, a coup d'etat, or even a revolution. There can be no assurance, however, that disruption and turmoil will produce the desired political results. Therefore, in most cases, the attacking power also intervenes in the internal political process in the target country. Skipping down, we're going to take a look at the destabilization effort inside of the Soviet Union, and we went into this at considerable length in Radio Free America 36. And one of the things that we went into in an addendum to RFA 36 done earlier in 1992, taking a follow-up article by Sean Gervasi on the full court press strategy, the National Endowment for Democracy, one of the major vehicles for political interference inside of the Soviet Union, was an above-board organization. And what Gervasi is going to talk about here is basically the transition of destabilization process from covert to overt operations. And that synthesis, again, of political, economic, and national security life is basically what we looked at in NSC 68, the Christian West concept as applied to the United States. Skipping down in Gervaisi's article, it is not possible here to examine the many means which the West has used to manipulate the internal situation in socialist countries over the last 8 years, but they have been numerous. Obviously, throughout this period, intelligence agencies in the West have been highly active inside the socialist countries, although very little has been written or reported on the subject. So it is difficult to know what effect covert actions have had on the situation. What is striking today, however, is that so many public agencies and private organizations are doing exactly what intelligence agencies have done in the past. Again, what is striking today, however, is that so many public agencies and private organizations are doing exactly what intelligence agencies have done in the past. Government agencies, foundations, business groups, media organizations, human rights groups, trade unions, and others are all supporting and aiding opposition groups, particularly in the Soviet Union. They are openly aiding and guiding forces hostile to socialist governments. They are, in short, actively working to produce that, quote, internal transformation, unquote, of which Pipes spoke 6 years ago. One has only to read the documents of the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, the Department of State, and the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy to understand the scale of this intervention. And just as we have the veteran intelligencer, William Casey, directing Ronald Reagan's campaign, he then becomes CIA director. We have the former director of the CIA, George Bush, both Casey as a member of Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board and Bush as director of CIA involved with the genesis of Team B, leading to the Reagan military buildup, the fulfillment of NSC 68, drawn up by Paul Nitze. The Reagan administration comes to power as the result of a covert operation. We saw the agents for Bush when Bush was running to challenge Reagan for the Republican nomination. Eventually, Bush succeeds Reagan. And here again, with the overt and covert operation essentially being combined through activities, we are seeing the ultimate manifestation of the national security state, the synthesis of overt and covert operation, this synthesis heralded by, presaged by, actually directed by Paul Nitze's NSC 68. What we're going to look at next is a very short section of NSC 68. Again, this by way of taking a look at the next section, of leading into the next section of tonight's broadcast. Now, in the Doug Henwood article, The Enemy Within, the U.S. Economy, The Enemy Within, another section of NSC 68. Quoting here from Henwood's account, another coercive opportunity, the memo presciently noted, was the wonderfully corrosive potential of nationalism, which could eat away at both the internal stability of the USSR and its relations with its, quote, satellites, unquote. And we're going to take a look at the wonderfully corrosive potential of nationalism and the effects of this overt/covert operation that the last section of the Sean Gervaisi article dealt with. We're going to take a look at how this projected into the Soviet Union some of the same individuals and same forces which came over here under the auspices of Galen and related elements, some of the same forces and individuals that we looked at on the Republican Heritage Groups Council, and some of these same elements have since come to the fore in Eastern European nations or segments of the former Soviet Union. That's the next section of tonight's broadcast, but we're going to get to that after a musical break, then more of Radio Free America number 37. We're going to proceed now with the next section of tonight's program, and what we're going to look at now is the destabilization effort inside of the Soviet Union as the fulfillment of NSC 68, the stimulation of the coercive factor of nationalism. And we're going to take a look at another element which has been used by U.S. intelligence, an element which was used by Third Reich intelligence, and which could be considered another element of the Christian West, namely the use of Vatican and Vatican-related elements as proxies for first Third Reich and later U.S. intelligence. And we're going to take a look at an organization now called Intermarium, which was used by Third Reich intelligence against the Soviet Union as part of the tactics of Rosenberg's Ostministerium. And we're going to take a look then at its use by U.S. intelligence, this by way of foreshadowing the destabilization effort against Poland, the largest non-Soviet member of the old Warsaw Pact. We went into that early last winter in an addendum to Radio Free America 36, and also the use of Catholic-related efforts to promote the resurgence of fascist elements within the Sąjūdis organization, the leading Lithuanian independence organization, and as we looked at in Radio Free America number 36, the cessation of Lithuania, threatening the breakaway, which obviously happened, of the Baltic republics, which threatened the Soviet Union's northern flank, as well as the Persian Gulf War, which placed a massive, and as we have seen, as I forecast, and we have seen, a prolonged U.S. military presence on their southern flank. That was a major element in my working hypothesis of Radio Free America number 36 of provoking a Soviet coup. I'm not going to go into that tactic in detail, but again, Radio Free America 36 entailed as a central element pressure by the U.S. on the northern and southern flanks of the Soviet Union through the stimulation of the breakaway of Lithuania and the resurgence of fascist elements in the Sąjūdis organization of Lithuania, and again, the Persian Gulf War placing an enormous U.S. military presence on the southern flank of the Soviet Union. We're going to return again to the book Blowback by Christopher Simpson, and we're going to focus on a Vatican organization called Intermarium, I-N-T-E-R-M-A-R-I-U-M, utilized first by the Third Reich and later by U.S. intelligence. Christopher Simpson writes of this: leaders of the Intermarium organization became coordinators of much of the Nazi escape effort, that's post-World War II, and many of the men who controlled the Vatican's relief campaign simultaneously became the top leadership of Intermarium. By the way, in Radio Free America number 17, we went into the relationship between the Vatican and fascism, and also the utilization by the U.S. intelligence as well as the Galen organization of Vatican-related elements. Continuing with Simpson's account, Monsignor Krunoslav Draganovic, K-R-U-N-O-S-L-O-V, D-R-A-G-O-N-O-V-I-C, who ran escape routes for Ustashi, Croatian fascist fugitives, for example, served as the chief Croatian representative on the self-appointed Intermarium ruling council. Archbishop Ivan Buchko, I-V-A-N-B-U-C-H-K-O, of the Ukraine, who successfully intervened with Pope Pius XII himself to win freedom for a Ukrainian Waffen-SS legion, became the senior Ukrainian Intermarium representative, according to U.S. Army investigative records obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. The one-time Führer of the openly Nazi Latvian Perkronkrusts, P-E-R-K-O-N-K-R-U-S-T-S, Gustav Selmans, G-U-S-T-A-V-C-E-L-M-I-N-S, was tapped as secretary of the headquarters branch in Rome. One more time. The one-time Führer of the openly Nazi Latvian Perkronkrusts, Gustav Selmans, was tapped as secretary of the headquarters branch in Rome. Declassified U.S. State Department and Army intelligence records trace the roots of Intermarium back to an alliance of militantly anti-communist Catholic lay organizations from Eastern Europe established in the mid-1930s. The Abwehr, German military intelligence service, used Intermarium contacts as pre-war, quote, agents of influence, unquote, abroad, as well as reasonably reliable sources of information on the large émigré communities of Europe. By the time the Nazis marched across the continent, Intermarium had become, in the words of a U.S. Army intelligence report, quote, an instrument of the German intelligence, unquote. Last sentence again. By the time the Nazis marched across the continent, Intermarium had become, in the words of a U.S. Army intelligence report, quote, an instrument of the German intelligence, unquote. The name of the group means, quote, between the seas, unquote, and the announced purpose of the coalition was to unite nations, quote, from the Baltic to the Aegean, unquote, in a common front against the USSR. Intermarium was also to be the name of a new unified Catholic federation of all of the countries bordering Russia, a new Holy Roman Empire, in effect, that was to be created in order to hasten the overthrow of the USSR. Although never a fascist or National Socialist group as such, Intermarium was far to the right of the political spectrum, and a number of its leaders actively collaborated with the Nazis. Their strategy was congruent, and in many ways, their strategy was congruent in many important respects with that of Nazi, quote, philosopher, unquote, Alfred Rosenberg, and Intermarium leaders established a close working relationship with the Rosenberg ministry at least as early as 1940. Again, that last sentence. Their strategy was congruent in many important respects with that of Nazi, quote, philosopher, unquote, Alfred Rosenberg, and Intermarium leaders established a close working relationship with the Rosenberg ministry at least as early as 1940. Centuries-old Catholic anti-Semitism was rife in the organization, and Jews were excluded from Intermarium's federation plan. After the war, Intermarium became one of the first organizations to campaign openly for freedom for Waffen-SS POWs and for permission to establish a volunteer anti-communist army for use in a supposedly imminent war against the USSR. The group's multilingual bulletin, for example, argued as early as January 1947 that, quote, it does not matter whether it is now between a second and a third world war, or else in the middle of a non-finished Second World War, but events should not take us unprepared like in 1939, unquote. Interesting that they said it does not matter whether it's between a Second and Third World War and unfinished Second World War. Personally, I would opt for this second option. Continuing. Organizing must begin immediately, the official publication asserted, for, and quote, amalgamated common armed forces of the Intermarium, unquote, built out of exiles who had fought on either side between 1939 and 1945. The function of this exile army, in Intermarium's vision, was to deal with the USSR as the Allies had with Germany by, quote, crushing her military strength and partitioning her, unquote, as a key manifesto puts it, quote, into free states in their ethnical borders, unquote. In other words, dividing up the Soviet Union into smaller ethnic units in much the same way as had been proposed by the Rosenberg Group inside the German High Command. I would interject, obviously, that has since happened. Skipping down. This is a U.S., by the way, the Gowan here is a U.S. Counterintelligence Corps Special Agent William Gowan, G-O-W-E-N. Gowan and other CIC agents established a working relationship with a number of Intermarium officials that same year, that's 1947. Their immediate goal was to create trouble for the Soviet-aligned government in Hungary, which had deposed a pro-Western prime minister in mid-1947. Not long after the Intermarium escape incident, Agent Gowan arranged with intelligence specialists at the U.S. Department of State to provide a U.S. diplomatic visa to a leading Intermarium spokesman, Ferenc Vajda, F-E-R-E-N-C-V-A-J-D-A, so that he might travel to America. Vajda's mission for Intermarium and for the CIC was to convince the deposed Prime Minister, Ferenc Nagy, F-E-R-E-N-C, capital N-A-G-Y, to join with former Axis Quislings in a new U.S.-sponsored alliance against communist power in Hungary. Well, Vajda, Simpson goes on to explain, was a former member of the Arrow Cross, like Laszlo Pastor, and he was eventually able to convince Ferenc Nagy, actually that's pronounced Nagy Ferenc in Hungarian, to jump to the U.S., although he later denounced Vajda. Interestingly enough, Ferenc Nagy, or Nagy Ferenc, became a member of the board of directors of the Centro Mondiale Commerciale, or Permindex. That was the CIA organization, another of whose directors was Clay Shaw, the principal defendant in Jim Garrison's investigation of the JFK assassination in New Orleans. Another member of the board of directors of CMC with Nagy here was a fellow named H. Simon Fay, S-I-M-O-N-F-A-Y, another Hungarian, who was the director of an Italian subsidiary of the ACEN, another CIA-financed organization which served as a repository for many of these same Galen elements. Now note here that Inter Mariam had basically pursued the same policies before, during, and after World War II as the Rosenberg Ostministerium, namely the partition of the Soviet Union into smaller ethnic republics. It worked, according to a U.S. Army intelligence report, as an agent of German intelligence. It later obviously began working with the United States. This by way of, again, taking a look at a tactic that was utilized by Third Reich intelligence and later adopted by U.S. intelligence, which obviously adopted many of the same tactics as Third Reich intelligence vis-a-vis the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and the use of Vatican and Vatican-related elements as a vehicle for destabilizing the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union is something we're going to look at right now. The use of Vatican and Vatican-related elements as a vehicle for destabilizing the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union is something we're going to look at right now. There was a cover story in Time magazine earlier in 1992, which I utilized in an addendum to Radio Free America 36, Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, in which active collaboration between the Reagan administration and the Vatican to both support the Solidarity movement in Poland and to destabilize Poland was chronicled at considerable length. And note again the strong involvement of the P2 Lodge, headed up by Italian fascist Licio Gelli, with the Vatican. We took a look at that in RFAs numbers 17 through 21. Note also that William Casey, director of the CIA, friend of Prescott and ally of George Bush, ally of both Bushes actually, Reagan's campaign director, CIA director under Reagan, a member of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. He was a member of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or Knights of Malta, along with, among others, former Reagan Secretary of State Alexander Haig. The SMOM intersects heavily with U.S. intelligence and has been utilized by it. We took a look at the SMOM in both Radio Free America programs number 17 and 21. The SMOM bestowed its highest award, the Gran Croce al Merito, on Reinhard Gehlen, something like the 8th person in the 1,000-year history of that organization to receive that award. Note, as we looked at in Radio Free America 17 also, that Pope John Paul II has an interesting history. He's very close to the Opus Dei lay Vatican organization, whose founder, Father Jose Maria Escriva de Balaguer, was an ardent supporter of Francisco Franco, and he has now been basically beatified. He's going to become, that is to say, de Balaguer is going to become a saint. And note also that Pope John Paul II relieved the pressure on the P2 Lodge, which his predecessor, the assassinated, probably, certainly the untimely deceased Pope John Paul I, well, he was putting pressure on P2. That pressure was relieved by Pope John Paul II. John Paul II, interestingly enough, brought in Hermann Abs, the chairman emeritus of the Deutsche Bank and a key Third Reich financier, the person who as an IG Farben director, generated the capital to set up the slave labor camps at Auschwitz. It was John Paul II, who was in those same slave labor camps, who brought in Hermann Abs to help straighten out the Vatican finances. And note that the head of the Vatican Bank, the IOR, the Institute for Religious Works, was American-born Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, the Pope's bodyguard. Marcinkus, an American of Lithuanian descent. And speaking of Lithuania, we're going to recapitulate one of the major elements in Radio Free America 36, namely the activities of U.S. intelligence in Lithuania through the National Endowment for Democracy-funded Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid and Lithuanian Information Center, which served to help resurrect inside of the Sejudis Lithuanian independence movement many of the same Lithuanian elements that had been present when Lithuania was an independent fascist country prior to its incorporation into the late Soviet Union as a result of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, and many of those same elements collaborated actively in the Lithuanian Waffen-SS divisions and in the extermination of the Jews and other, quote, enemies of the German race during the Nazi occupation of Lithuania. And note that Archbishop Brizgys, Vincentas Brizgys, Brizgys, an head of Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, the founder and the chairman emeritus, basically, he was an enthusiastic Third Reich collaborator. Again, by way of taking a look at how U.S. intelligence, and in particular U.S. intelligence in the Reagan-Bush years, and bear in mind Philip Guarino, an honorary member of the P2, member of the RHGC, this by way of taking a look at how the Third Reich tactic of utilizing the intermarium, later adopted by U.S. intelligence, came to its fulfillment under the Reagan years. And one of the major elements, again, in Radio Free America 36 was the secession of Lithuania involving Sejudis with resurgent Nazi and fascist elements, aided by U.S. intelligence. We're going to read now from Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35 from the fall of 1990. This is an article by Philip Bonosky, B-O-N-O-S-K-Y. It's entitled, NED Medals in Lithuania, Nurturing Baltic Reaction. The article begins, and again, I'm not going to go into the detail in some of these articles that I did in RFA 36. That was a massive show in and of itself, as if this one wasn't already massive enough. So do get a hold of those archived, or RFA 36, for a more detailed account. Bonosky writes, in Nurturing Baltic Reaction, of LCRA, LIC, NED, Sejudis, and the resurgence of fascist elements in Lithuania as part of a destabilization program. In April of 1990, the Soviet Republic of Lithuania startled the world by declaring itself independent of the USSR. The U.S. has not yet recognized Lithuania as independent, and Bush's public remarks have been moderate. But beneath this facade of calm statecraft, there runs a familiar current of silent U.S. involvement in the political affairs of another country. The most visible intervention has been via the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, which has supplied funds, equipment, and advice to the principal nationalist opposition party, Sejudis, S-A-J-U-D-I-S. NED has chosen to funnel its Lithuanian aid through one organization, the New York-based Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, LCRA, and its propaganda arm, Lithuanian Information Center, or LIC. These two organizations are run by arch-conservative Catholic clergy. The founder, current board chair, and the man who has, quote, presided over the steady growth and increasing effectiveness, unquote, of LCRA, Bishop Vincentas Brizgys, was allegedly a Nazi collaborator during World War II. Brizgys vehemently denies the charge. Sejudis itself is linked in a variety of ways to the symbols and sentiments of the fascist and Nazi periods of Baltic history. Skipping down, Lithuania declared itself independent from Tsarist Russia in 1918, but in 1926 the Nationalist Party took power through a military coup. Declaring himself president, Augustas Voldemaris and his premier Antanas Smetona shaped Lithuania into Europe's second fascist state, based explicitly on the example of Mussolini's Italy. Spellings: Augustus, A-U-G-U-S-T-U-S, Voldemaris, V-O-L-D-E-M-A-R-E-S, and Antanas is A-N-T-A-N-A-S, Smetona, S-M-E-T-O-N-A. Continuing. Lithuania remained a dictatorship until 1939, when Smetona fled to the U.S. and a new parliament voted unanimously to become a constituent republic of the USSR. With the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, Lithuania's nationalists returned briefly to power and assisted the Nazis in the swift, systematic slaughter of more than 130,000 Lithuanian Jews, communists, and other, quote, undesirables, unquote. In April of 1990, a 34-year-old American, William J.H. Huff III, H-O-U-G-H, was very busy in Lithuania. Huff was sent to Lithuania, although he doesn't speak Lithuanian, as legal advisor to Vytautas Landsbergis, the leader of the Nationalist Party. That's V-Y-T-A-U-T-A-S L-A-N-D-S-B-E-R-G-I-S. He was recommended by LCRA-LIC which the U.S. press has cited as very enthusiastic about his work. Cooperating closely with Huff, LCRA-LIC has supplied Sejudas with paper, photocopy machines, computers, laser printers, fax machines, and video cameras. With additional political and technical expertise, Vilnius quickly became a communications hub for secessionist forces in Lithuania and other Soviet republics. So again, Lithuania, the second fascist state in Europe in the 20s, modeled after Mussolini's Italy, and William J.H. Huff, an advisor to Mr. Landsbergis, leader of the Nationalist Party, now the president of Lithuania, and he's working on behalf of LCRA-LIC, whose founder and chairman of the board is Archbishop Brzezinski. Skipping down, more about LCRA-LIC and its involvement in Lithuania. According to LCRA-LIC, its 1990 grant application to NED requested $618,300 and outlined its ambitious proposal as follows. 5 separate pro-democratic organizations would receive technical and material aid. The first, a coalition of democratic parties enjoying broad support in Lithuania and capable of assuming leading roles in the new legislature, would receive computer and audiovisual equipment. Communications and video equipment will be transported to the Sejudas Information Agency. According to NED, funds went only to Sejudas. The second part of the project would ensure a continuous supply of much-needed paper for independent publishers and organizations. The dramatic increase in the number of democratic groups in Lithuania in the past year has caused severe shortages in the very limited pool of resources. Because of the degree of liberalization in Lithuania, this republic has emerged as the publishing center for the independent groups throughout the Soviet Union. Within weeks of the arrival of these goods, traditional sources of information in Lithuania were suppressed or taken over by Sejudas. Nationalist sympathizers cut off broadcast programming from Moscow, and Lithuania was soon flooded with secessionist propaganda. In the ensuing election, Sejudas managed to dominate the scene by riding the crest of a wave of nationalist sentiment. It won a majority in the Sejm, S-E-I-M, or Parliament. In March, a hastily convened session of Parliament voted for secession in a matter of hours. Laws were passed curbing opposition newspapers and changing the flag and national anthem, reverting to versions in use during the nationalist period. As to whether or what of real substance should change, Sejudas remains silent. To Lithuanians old enough to remember the Second World War, the energetic activities of Sejudas, LCRA, and LIC must seem vaguely familiar. Landsbergis' father was a member of the Savandorii, S-A-V-A-N-D-O-R-I-A-I, or nationalist militia, who fought the Russians in 1918 and 19, helped enforce the successive dictatorships of Voldemarish and Smetona, and collaborated with the German occupation. A reporter for Der Spiegel wrote in April of 1990 that, quote, "Everybody fears Sejudas. Anyone who attacks Sejudas is declared an enemy of the people by Landsbergis, and that happens very quickly," unquote. In addition, the Savandorii, illegal under Soviet law, have been revived under the leadership of retired army officers. Prior to the German invasion in June of 1941, a Berlin-based, quote, Lithuanian Information Bureau, unquote, the propaganda arm of the Lithuanian Activist Front, a nationalist exile organization, sent the following message into Lithuania. Liberation is close at hand. Note, this is liberation in the original Nazi use of the term. Liberation is close at hand. Uprisings must be started in the cities, towns, and villages of Lithuania. Communists and other traitors must be arrested at once. The traitor will be pardoned only provided he proves beyond doubt that he has killed one Jew at least. In the book Blowback, Christopher Simpson crisply summarizes part of the, quote, liberation, unquote, that followed. Municipal killing squads employing Lithuanian Nazi collaborators eliminated 46,692 Jews in fewer than 3 months, according to their own reports, mainly by combining clock-like liquidation of 500 Jews per day in the capital city of Vilnius with mobile, quote, cleanup, unquote, sweeps through the surrounding countryside. Such squads were consistently used by the Nazis for the dirty work that even the SS believed to be beneath the dignity of the German soldier. So again, the national anthem, the flag, and the Savandoria of Lithuania's fascist and Nazi collaborationist periods are basically restored by Landsbergis and Sejudis after the declared secession. And again, through LCRA-LIC, basically reflecting the same tactics and attitudes of the Intermarium organization, they are the dominant American force aiding the Sejudis organization, and that was a profound element in its success. Skipping down and continuing in Banaski's article, as auxiliary bishop of Kaunas, or Kovno, K-O-V-D-N-O, during the German occupation, Kaunas is K-A-U-N-A-S, Bishop Vincentis Brugis, founder of LCRA-LIC, lent his spiritual authority to fascism. When the Nazis retreated, so did he, first to Germany, then to Chicago, where he has lived, worked, and carried the nationalist banner for 25 years. The clergy hated socialism for very clear reasons. The socialist government which came to power in 1939 had separated church and state. Church property was confiscated, including large farms where peasants labored under semi-feudal conditions eliminated elsewhere in Europe centuries before. Clergy were removed from government and the educational system, two institutions where they had long wielded powerful influence. Archbishop Skvirekas, S-K-V-I-R-E-C-K-A-S, Brugis' superior, documented the bishop's collaborationist activities with evident satisfaction. Continuing. The Archbishop's diary for July 1st, 1941, reveals that Brugis made contact, quote, with the representative of the German government for the Baltic States, Dr. Groffe, G-R-O-F-F-E, formerly head of Gestapo in East Prussia, who proposed that he, Brugis, should make an appeal to the people to behave quietly and pursue their daily business with confidence without any fear that they might be harmed. On June 30th of 1941, the Archbishop had written, quote, the ideas in Mein Kampf on the question of the Bolshevik Jewish contagion are splendid. They prove that Hitler is not only an enemy of the Jews, but generally speaking, has the right ideas, unquote. That's Archbishop Brugis, founder of LCRA-LIC. Continuing. An appeal to welcome the Nazis was broadcast by radio, then published in a major Kaunas newspaper signed by Skvirekas, Brugis, and Vicar General Saulys, S-A-U-L-Y-S. Their signatures were also on a formal telegram of thanks to Hitler for, quote, Lithuania's liberation, unquote, sent in the middle of July 1941. Note the use of the term liberation. This is the original Nazi genesis of what became a dominant American political force, as we have seen. Continuing. As the Nazis and their collaborators implemented the diabolical logic of Mein Kampf, Brugis, quote, set an example for the entire population by forbidding the clergy to aid the Jews in any way, unquote. He also urged from his pulpit and via radio and newspaper that Lithuanians cooperate with the Nazis. When the Soviet Army, led by its 16th Lithuanian Division, drove the Nazis out in 1944, Brugis fled to safety in Germany, then to the U.S. Sent to the Archdiocese of Chicago, he helped launch Lithuanian Catholic religious aid in 1961 and served as LCRA president until 1986. He is now chair of the board of directors. So again, with the agitation for independence of the Baltic states, with the aid for resurgence of fascist elements within the structure of the Sejudis organization, we're basically seeing a recapitulation by U.S. intelligence, again, the overt operations of NED, reflecting the synthesis of overt and covert operations that we saw as a result of NSC 68. We're seeing a recapitulation of this tactic, of the intermarium tactic, so to speak, by U.S. intelligence under the Reagan-Bush administrations as part of the destabilization of the USSR. We're going to stick now with Radio Free America Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, and we're going to take a look now at the projection of some of the same Galen ABN-related elements, including the very Laszlo Pastor, who founded the Republican Heritage Group's Council as we looked at in radio, there I go again, Covert Action Information Bulletin number 33, we're going to take a look at the Free Congress Foundation, founded by Paul Weyrich, its association with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, its close relationship with Boris Yeltsin at the time that this article was written, and at the time that I did Radio Free America 36, involving Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35. Yeltsin, of course, was merely Gorbachev's chief rival. He is now, of course, the president of the now independent Russian Republic of the former Soviet Union, partitioned along the lines that the ABN, the Intramarium, and the Ostministerium of Alfred Rosenberg had envisioned and desired. We're going to read now from an article called The Free Congress Foundation Goes East, co-authored by Russ Belant and Lewis Wolf. It reads, with the rapid pace of political change sweeping Eastern Europe and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, many opportunities have emerged for Western interests to intervene in the politics of that region. In some cases, such a vacuum has been created that virtual strangers to the area several years ago are now able to actively participate in changing these societies from within. These interventions are not only being practiced by mainstream organizations. The involvement of the United States far right brings with it the potential revival of fascist organizations in the East. One U.S. group, the Free Congress Foundation, has been playing a role in Eastern European and Soviet politics and has ties to Boris Yeltsin and the Inter-Regional Deputies Group, or IRG, in the USSR. Continuing. The Free Congress Foundation, or FCF, was founded in 1974 by Paul Weyrich as the Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress. Weyrich, who had started the Heritage Foundation the year before, was heavily funded by the Coors family for both organizations. Weyrich has kept one foot in the right wing of the Republican Party while dallying with the racist right and the extreme Christian right. And as we're going to see, he also obviously is dallying with the ABN, thereby reflecting to a considerable extent the perpetuation of the liberation milieu involving the synthesis of U.S. national security establishment, the radical right, and some of the same Galen ABN-related elements that we've been focusing on. Skipping down, after a visit to Moscow and Hungary, and also some of the Baltic republics, by the way, including Estonia, quote, Weyrich stated upon his return that his visit to Moscow was, quote, the most incredible experience of our lives, unquote. There, he worked with the IRG of the Supreme Soviet, a leadership body of the Communist Party. He says that they were unequivocally in favor of private property, a market economy, and the restoration of religion. The IRG was established by Andrei Sakharov, Boris Yeltsin, and others in the summer of 1989. By the end of that year, a training school had been established for candidates to put forward the IRG program. Their electoral success this year propelled Yeltsin to the leadership of the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic. He immediately began forging collaborative relationships with the deeply reactionary leaders of the Lithuanian Sejudis Party. Interrupting, of course, we just took a look at Sejudis and some of its fascist participation and antecedents. Continuing. The IRG has also served as a source of right-wing pressure on Gorbachev to dismantle socialism and the Soviet Union itself. One of the key dangers in this agenda is the political vacuum it creates, allowing ultranationalist forces in a number of republics to increase their influence and possibly take power. Such nationalist and fascist elements are already evident in Lithuania and the Ukraine. In the latter republic, the pro-Nazi Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, has gained influence in several parties and has mobilized large demonstrations that honor OUN leaders who abetted Hitler's war on the Eastern Front. Interrupting, of course, OUN's main Nazi collaborator, Stefan Bandera, worked for the Galen organization both when it worked for Germany and the U.S., His assassination, probably at the hands of the Galen organization, was an element that the WACCFL used to help generate the myth that Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy on behalf of the Soviets. That compelled many people who knew what had happened with the Kennedy assassination to actually cover it up because they were afraid that it could lead to a Third World War if the American people perceived that Oswald was a Soviet agent. resuming Ballant's narrative here, of the Ukraine and the OUN. In the latter republic, the pro-Nazi Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, has gained influence in several parties and has mobilized large demonstrations that honor OUN leaders who abetted Hitler's war on the Eastern Front. Similarly, several Sejudis deputies served in German-supported military units in 1944, and Sejudis has made declarations against ethnic Russians living in Lithuania. According to some reports, Poles have also been denigrated. It should also be noted that, quote, radical reformer, unquote, Boris Yeltsin has dallied with Pamyat, P-A-M-Y-A-T, the foremost Russian fascist group to emerge in the last several years. Pamyat's virulent anti-Semitism compares to the crude propaganda of the early German Nazi Party in the 1920s. The FCF is not entirely disconnected from the history of the OUN. The treasurer of the FCF board is George Washington University professor Charles Moser, M-O-S-E-R. Moser also serves on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly, published by the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, a group dominated by the OUN. The Ukrainian Quarterly has praised military units of the German SS and otherwise justified the OUN alliance with the Third Reich, which reflects the fact that the OUN was politically and militarily allied with Hitler and the Nazi occupation of the Ukraine. The OUN, an international semi-secret cadre organization headquartered in Bavaria, has received financial assistance from the late Franz Josef Strauss, S-T-R-A-U-S-S, the rightist head of the Bavarian state. Strauss also had a working relationship with Weyrich. Weyrich fed speeches by Strauss attacking Germany's détente with the USSR to U.S. senators who would then insert them into the congressional record. When Strauss came to Washington, Weyrich was the person who helped set up his itinerary. Skipping down. Despite his long associations with anti-democratic elements, Weyrich has been able to get money from the National Endowment for Democracy, the congressionally funded agency designed to intervene overtly in the politics of other countries. Most recently, he was granted $40,000 to pass along to the Initiatives Foundation in Moscow, which is a non-profit affiliate of the IRG. The money is intended to assist in the purchase of communications hardware, including facsimile machines, duplicators, computers, desktop publishers, video cameras, and VCRs, and supplies. In a recent fundraising appeal sent to select potential donors, Weyrich claimed that in every election except Romania, every group they trained won the elections. In a videotape accompanying the letter, he says that FCF trained Boris Yeltsin's campaign manager. Now note that the National Endowment for Democracy was the organization cited by Sean Gervasi as promoting the direct interference in the affairs of the former Soviet Union. It is a key funder of FCF as well as LCRA-LIC and Sejudis. Skipping down again, in this particular article by Russ Ballant and Lou Wolf, finally, FCF's insinuation into the politics of the East must be judged by their selection of Laszlo Pastor to head their Liberation Support Alliance, quote, which seeks to liberate peoples in Central and Eastern European nations. Once again, here we see the evolution of the liberation philosophy, again, beginning with the Third Reich, winding up with the Reagan administration and the Bush administration, the ultimate exponents of the liberation philosophy. Finally, FCF's insinuation into the politics of the East must be judged by their selection of Laszlo Pastor to head their Liberation Support Alliance, quote, which seeks to liberate peoples in Central and Eastern European nations, unquote. Pastor's involvement in East European politics began in World War II when he joined the youth organization of the Arrow Cross, the Nazi Party of Hungary. When the Arrow Cross was installed in power by a German commando operation, Pastor was sent to Berlin to help facilitate the liaison between the Arrow Cross and Hitler. Pastor was tried and served 2 years in jail for his Arrow Cross activities after an anti-communist government was elected in Hungary in 1945. He eventually came to the U.S. and established the ethnic arm of the Republican National Committee for Richard Nixon. He brought other Nazi collaborators from the Eastern Front into the GOP. Some were later found to have participated in mass murder during the war. The dormant Arrow Cross has surfaced again in Hungary, where there have been attempts to lift the ban on the Nazi organization. Pastor spent several months in Hungary. When Weyrich later conducted training there, he was provided a list of Pastor's contacts inside the country. Weyrich reported that he conducted training for the recently formed and now governing party, New Democratic Forum. Again, when Weyrich later conducted training there, he was provided a list of Pastor's contacts inside the country. Weyrich reports that he conducted training for the recently formed and now governing party, New Democratic Forum. Pastor claims to have assisted some of his friends in Hungary in getting NED funding through his advisory position with NED. In 1989, he spoke at the Heritage Foundation under the sponsorship of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, a multinational umbrella organization of émigré fascists and Nazis founded in alliance with Hitler in 1943. It is led by the OUN. Pastor spoke for the, quote, Hungarian organization, unquote, of ABN, which is the Arrow Cross. Now recall that ABN, the Arrow Cross, I should say, Iron Guard, the Bulgarian National Front, and the other organizations which were represented in the Republican Heritage Group's Council, the founder of which was this very same Laszlo Pastor, now head of the Liberation Support Alliance of FCF. These organizations were affiliated with the SS, the organization that the Nazis saw as the core of their underground movement. And again, we now see not only the FCF close to Boris Yeltsin of the Soviet Union, Yeltsin dallying with Sajudis, the OUN receiving support from the same organization, FCF, in the Ukraine. We see in Hungary the Arrow Cross people, Arrow Cross elements working on behalf of the Free Congress Foundation being funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, and we see that the New Democratic Forum, which, as we looked at in Radio Free America 36, became a repository for many of the resurgent Arrow Cross elements in Hungary. It is now the dominant political party in Hungary. Now, this is not to say that these resurgent fascist elements have been or necessarily will be in all or even most of the newly independent countries of Eastern Europe or the newly independent ethnic republics of the former Soviet Union, but in some of them, such as the Ukraine, where the RUK organization, spelled R-U-K-H, is the dominant independence party. They look directly to Stefan Bandera of the OUN as for their political inspiration. Obviously, Sajudis is heavily influenced by the fascist and Nazi periods in Lithuanian history. In Croatia, Franjo Tudjman, the president of Croatia, is a no-Holocaust theorist, denies the Holocaust happened, and the Ustashi have returned to Croatia. There are resurgent Iron Guardists in Romania, as we shall see. So in at least some of these territories, the fascist elements are dominant. They are resurgent in all of them. But again, it remains to be seen whether they will be triumphant, although I think a world economic collapse or continued economic privation in that part of the world will tend to benefit those same fascist elements. So again, OUN is being assisted by the Free Congress Foundation. It is also an organization that it intersects with the Free Congress Foundation and Charles Moser, and we've seen that the Free Congress Foundation, which obviously is related with the ABN, Laszlo Pastor of ABN, is its director of the Liberation Alliance. The FCF is very close to Boris Yeltsin, now the president of the newly independent Russian Republic. And obviously, FCF is deeply involved in Hungary with the New Democratic Forum. In another related article called Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism, this is by Howard Goldenthal, Goldenthal, and the very same Russ Ballant, more about FCF and the Ukraine. Skipping down, for the young, OUN has a new organization called the Union of Independent Ukrainian Youth, inspired by the wartime OUN leader Stefan Bandera. In addition, right-wing Ukrainian Americans were involved in the March elections. Ashkod Luzynski, Askoldlozynskij, General Counsel for the OUN-dominated Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, and other activists were sent by the Washington-based Free Congress Foundation. So obviously there's a strong relationship and a degree of overlap between the FCF and the ABN. FCF active in the Ukraine, Hungary, the Russian Republic. Relations between the NED-funded LCRA and LIC are very strong and has helped to promote fascist elements in the now independent Lithuania. We're going to take a look at yet another party, another secessionist element, which is reminiscent of the Third Reich and which also fits in very nicely with the agenda of the Rosenberg Ostministerium and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. We're going to take a look now at, well, first of all, before we do this, let's take a look at a section of the same article, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism, by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Bellant, B-E-L-L-A-N-T. And again, this is also from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, and again, this is something that was discussed in greater detail in Radio Free America 36. The same Iron Guard elements that we saw represented in not only the Galen organization, the same Iron Guard elements that were affiliated with the SS, the same Iron Guard of which Florian Goldau and Valerian Trifa were members. Goldau, a member of the RHGC, founded by Laszlo Pastor of Free Congress Foundation and ABN. The Iron Guard are also resurgent in Romania, although they are not the dominant element, at least not yet. I will note, though, that recently the Romanian Parliament honored Ion Antonescu, the Iron Guard president, the collaborationist president of fascist Romania during World War II. In the Goldenthal-Blant article, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism, we find, at the time of the Tirguru-Mureș violence, T-I-R-G-U-M-U-R-E-S, that was anti-Hungarian violence, in Romania, interim President Petre Roman, P-E-T-R-E-R-O-M-A-N, expelled 3 Romanian Canadians for promoting fascist ideas. One of those expelled was George Bălasu, B-E-L-A-S-U, well known in the Romanian community in the West as editor of the pro-Iron Guard Romanian Voice. The Hamilton, Ontario-based paper supports Valerian Trifa, head of a faction of the Romanian Orthodox Church dominated by Iron Guardists. Trifa fled the U.S. in 1984 after the Justice Department's Office of Special Investigations found evidence implicating him in a Bucharest pogrom in 1941. By the way, that pogrom was stimulated by Otto von Bolschwing, again the associate of Helena von Damm, a key Galen operative when he was a member of the SS. We looked at that in Radio Free America number 3. In Radio Free America number 2, we looked at how Nikolai Malaksa, the financier of the Iron Guard, was allowed to stay in the United States as a result of massive lobbying and activities on behalf of then-Senator Richard Nixon. Continuing here, and bear in mind that the Romanian Voice sympathetic to Valerian Trifa, Florian Goldau, also a Trifa associate. Good press is not the only support such groups are receiving from the West. Vatra Romanesca, an extreme right organization including Iron Guardists, recently boasted it had financial backing from, quote, influential political figures at home and several more or less clandestine organizations abroad, particularly French and Canadian ones, unquote. Iron Guardists are also part of the leadership of the National Christian Peasants Party. The NCPP is virulently nativist and anti-Semitic, and has been linked to violence against Hungarian farmers. We're going to skip back now to the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, and we're going to take a look briefly at the activities on behalf of the National Christian Peasants Party of the... Actually, let's see. Nope, I skipped this particular page here. Anyway, suffice it to say, in the interest of time, as we looked at in Radio Free America 36, the National Christian Peasants Party also received assistance from the Free Congress Foundation. I elected to skip that due to the interest of time in this. But again, people who are interested can either get Radio Free America 36 and or Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, because the very same Free Congress Foundation also was aiding the National Christian Peasants Party, a vehicle for the resurgence of the Iron Guard, not yet dominant in Romania, fortunately. But again, that's the same organization that we saw represented on the Republican Heritage Groups Council, founded by Laszlo Pastor of the FCF and the ABN. Another fascist collaborationist party in Eastern Europe, which has seen its reflection in the dissolution of the war, has seen its resurgence in the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union, is the Linka Party, H-L-I-N-K-A, in the former independent and now newly again independent Slovakian Republic. Reading again from Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Ballant. Slovakian exiles in Canada are playing a key role in trying to bring about a separate Slovak republic modeled on the one formed in March of 1939 by the extreme right cleric and Nazi collaborator Josef Tiso, Jozeftiso. Tiso oversaw the transportation of thousands of Slovak Jews to German death camps. He was executed in 1947 by the non-communist government of Eduard Benes, B-E-N-E-S. Some of Tiso's friends were more fortunate. Assisted by the Vatican and U.S. and British intelligence, many former officials of the collaborationist Linka Party, H-L-I-N-K-A, were smuggled west and quietly renewed their political activities. In 1971, uranium magnate Steve Roman, R-O-M-A-N, formed the Slovak World Congress in Toronto with the help of Linka collaborators like Ferdinand Durkansky, the Nazi foreign minister sentenced to death for treason, and his underling Josef Kirschbaum, on the run from a 20-year sentence for his role as Secretary General of the party. Their names, D-U-R-C-A-N-S-K-Y and K-I-R-S-C-H-B-A-U-M. Continuing, the Vatican has maintained its close connections with the Linka Front Group. In 1984, while on a visit to Canada, Pope John Paul II took time out of his busy schedule to visit Roman's Cathedral, located just outside of Toronto. Roman died in 1988. Last March, the Reverend Dusan Toth, D-U-S-A-N-T-O-T-H, Secretary General of the Slovak World Congress, addressed a crowd of nearly 100,000 supporters in Bratislava. Toth, former head of Protestant religious programming for Radio Free Europe, found rightist separatism still a potent force in Slovakia. Elsewhere, Toth's message and activities would be considered a threat to national security, but last February, Toth was appointed a member of a group of foreign advisors to President Václav Havel. Well, I would interrupt here for a minute to point out that Václav Havel is no longer president of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia no longer exists, just like Yugoslavia no longer exists. The formerly independent Croatia, and a brutal fascist collaborationist state under the Third Reich, is now independent again. Its president, as I mentioned, Franjo Tudjman, has restored the Ustashi. He denies that the Holocaust happened and praises ethnic cleansing, unquote, much like the type that the Serbs are doing or reported to be doing. And I would point out that Slovakia has now seceded from the former Czechoslovakia. It is now an independent state, just as it was under the Third Reich. And note here, too, that in addition to American support, we find French and Canadian support for the resurgent Iron Guardist elements in Romania. We find Canadian support for the Linka Party, again, for the World Slovak Congress, again, serving as a vehicle for the reconstitution to a certain extent of the Nazi collaborationist Linka Party under Josef Tiso. And note also, again, that as was the case with Lithuania and also the Ukraine, the Linka Party and the World Slovak Congress are receiving aid from the Vatican. As we looked at in Radio Free America 17, the Vatican has been very, very supportive of Croatian independence, as it was of the Ustashi. So again, the Intermarium group and its methodology basically being recapitulated in contemporary U.S. policy, and indeed in the joint anti-Warsaw Pact effort here. We're seeing a recapitulation, or basically seeing the formation and actualization of the Christian West concept in its inception, a Third Reich survival technique, as we looked at in an earlier installment of the program. Now, the Reagan administration has basically, as I said, served as the vehicle for the fulfillment of rollback or liberation theory. If we take a look at what the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe look like now, the map has been redrawn in much the way that Alfred Rosenberg of the Ostministerium and the Third Reich would have redrawn it. I would also note that many of the same elements are resurgent in that part of the world, in some areas dominant, in some areas merely evident, and that they have many of these same elements. Iron Guard in Romania, the dominant Ustashi in Croatia, the RUK organization going back to Stefan Bandera in the Ukraine, Sejudis, and others have received aid from the United States, and we see with the Arrow Cross, for example, being involved with the New Democratic Forum in Hungary. We see Laszlo Pastor, founder of the RHGC, head of the FCF's Liberation Alliance. We see the Free Congress Foundation and the ABN very close to Boris Yeltsin. At the time this article was written, and at the time I first read it into the record as part of RFA 36, Yeltsin was head of the Russian Socialist Republic. There ain't no socialist republic anymore. It is now part of the fragmented Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, fragmented along much the lines that the ABN, Rosenberg's Ostministerium, and Intermarium had envisioned. Of the Reagan administration as the fulfillment of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations agenda, and an organization and an administration which was very active with the ABN, we're going to take a look now at the book Inside the League, subtitled The Shocking Expose of How Terrorists, Nazis, and Latin American Death Squads Have Infiltrated the World Anti-Communist League. This was co-authored by Scott Anderson and John Lee Anderson, published in hardcover by Dodd Mead and Company, copyrighted 1986. And of Reagan and the ABN, they write, "Today, in Ronald Reagan, the ABN has found the closest thing ever to a White House ally. On July 13, 1983, Yaroslav Stetsko, S-T-E-T-S-K-O, a man who went to prison for participating in the murder of Polish officials, who once proclaimed his devotion to the Nazis, whose followers assisted in the slaughter of Jews in the Ukraine, sat in the center of the front row of a reception hall to hear Reagan announce, quote, 'Your dream is our dream. Your hope is our hope,' unquote. Afterward, he shook the president's hand and posed for photographs. Whatever we may think of Reagan," unquote, Roman Zwaryz, Z-W-A-R-Y-Z, an ABN official, told a reporter in 1984, "The Captive Nations Week ceremonies during the Reagan administration have been at least an indicator of a basic, fundamental shift in American foreign policy, and it has led to certain tactical changes that have benefited us." You betcha. And note again that in 1983, that was the 14th anniversary of the founding, the 40th anniversary, of the founding of the ABN in 1943 on behalf of Adolf Hitler. Now, with the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, and with the fragmenting of the Soviet Union, with Yugoslavia having been broken up into its member republics with bloody results, including the resurgence and the dominance of the Ustashi in Croatia, with the RUK organization, which hails to Stefan Bandera, the top Ukrainian independence organization, with the Free Congress Foundation connections to Boris Yeltsin, with Sejudis and similar elements resurgent in the Baltics, with Slovakia now having broken away from the former Czechoslovakia, an independent state, as it was under Josef Tiso and Hitler, due in large measure to the activities of the World Slovak Congress, basically a vehicle for the resurgence of the fascist collaborationist Linke Party. Again, Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union has been redrawn along lines that basically Hitler, Alfred Rosenberg, the ABN, Intermarium, all would have been very comfortable with. Now, again, I want to emphasize very strongly, this is not to say that all or even most of those former Soviet republics or countries are fascist. Some of them obviously have the fascist elements as a dominant factor. As I've already looked at, we have Iron Gardists coming back in Romania, not yet dominant, Arrow Cross coming back in Hungary, and very much involved with the New Democratic Forum. Some areas they are only a minority influence. Some areas, such as Croatia and the Ukraine and others, they are apparently a dominant influence, but they are resurgent in all of those areas. That part of the world the map of that part of the world has been redrawn in a way that really is absolutely consistent with the policies of ABN and the Rosenberg Ostministerium. And again, think about the Galen Organization, the introduction of liberation theory into American political thinking, where it became the dominant, under Reagan and Bush, political forces. Originally, a Third Reich political and psychological warfare tactic, which as a result of CFF, envisioned by Paul Nietzsche to help build up support for the military buildup that he called for in the early 1950s. And recall that Paul Nietzsche, a member of Team B, which exaggerates Soviet military capabilities, much as Galen had in the late 40s and early 50s, this also helped to justify the buildup of U.S. military envisioned by NSC, or put into effect by NSC 68, the destabilization of the USSR, both through the full-court press strategy involving a massive U.S. military buildup in response to the Team B of Richard Pipes, Reagan's NSC specialist on Soviet affairs, Paul Nietzsche, a member of Team B, General Daniel Graham, a member of Team B, William Casey, Reagan's CIA director, of course, was not only director of his campaign, which came to power as a result of a covert operation, he was also a member of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board under Gerald Ford. Team B brought in by former CIA Director George Bush, now, of course, President of the United States, and President of the United States when the Soviet coup happened. But bear in mind that one of the things that we looked at in an earlier installment of RFA 37 was how many of the Galen-related emigre leaders projected into leadership roles in their respective ethnic American communities, that they basically saw U.S. policy as a vehicle for their eventual return to power in the countries or areas that they had returned from. Returning back to Blowback by Christopher Simpson, rereading a section that we looked at earlier, the emigre, beginning again, the emigre anti-communist movement continued to accelerate. Soon there emerged in the United States, quote, one vocal and not uninfluential element that not only wanted war with Russia, but had a very clear idea of the purposes for which, in its own view, such a war should be fought, unquote, as Keenan noted later in a discussion of his views on the possibility of war with the USSR during the early 1950s. Again quoting, I have in mind the escapees and immigrants, mostly recent ones from the non-Russian portions of the post-war Soviet Union, as well as from some of the Eastern European satellite states. Their idea, he writes, again quoting, to which they were passionately and sometimes ruthlessly attached, was simply that the United States should, for their benefit, fight a war against the Russian people to achieve the final breakup of the traditional Russian state and the establishment of themselves as the regimes of the various, quote, liberated territories, unquote. Keenan is referring here to the spokesman of the so-called captive nations movement, particularly Ukrainian and Baltic nationalists. Well, obviously, although there was not a shooting war with the Soviet Union, the destabilization of the Soviet Union involving the full-court press, the military buildup under Reagan, and that represented the fulfillment of NSC 68, drawn up by Paul Nietzsche, a member of Team B under George Bush, which served as the pretext for the Reagan military buildup, reflecting the Galen exaggeration of Soviet military capabilities. Obviously, that program of destabilization, which involved the coercive use of nationalism, has indeed benefited these leaders, and many of them have indeed returned to power, particularly in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. We're going to take a look now, again, at what Alfred Rosenberg's Ostministerium of the Third Reich envisioned for the Soviet Union. Returning again to blowback, Alfred Rosenberg's non-military but thoroughly Nazi ministry for the occupied Eastern Territories argued, on the other hand, that the Baltic, Ukrainian, and Islamic minority groups from the periphery of the USSR should be encouraged to create, quote, national liberation armies, unquote, to free their homelands from both quote, Jewish communism, unquote, and the imperialism of the Russians. Rosenberg's ministry created about a dozen, quote, governments in exile, unquote, for Belarusians, the Crimean Tatars, Soviet Georgians, and other minority groups inside the USSR to carry out this program, unquote. Skipping down, Alfred Rosenberg's vision was to make use of these ethnic conflicts as a means of advancing what he perceived to be Germany's racial and national mission in the East. Well, those ethnic conflicts have indeed been used to redraw the map of the former Soviet Union in Eastern Europe along the lines that Alfred Rosenberg would have envisioned, but it was not the Third Reich that did it. It was the United States that wound up doing it as a result of the adoption not only of the Christian West concept and its actualization through NATO and NSC 68, its fulfillment under the Reagan and Bush administrations with the military buildup, which broke the back of the former Soviet Union, the use of the coercive force of nationalism inside of the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, such as the NED programs in the countries outlined above, involving the projection of many of these Galen ABN-related elements into that part of the world as a component of that covert operation. Many of those elements now dominant, all of them resurgent, at least to a certain extent. The realization of liberation, a tactic devised under the Third Reich and under Alfred Rosenberg's ministerium, it has been fulfilled. And ultimately, the fulfillment of liberation took place through the failed August 1991 coup, in which the Soviet army basically refused to follow the leaders of the Soviet Union and wound up basically overthrowing the government. And this, as we have seen in an earlier installment of RFA 37, was the tactic to stimulate a mutiny by the Red Army to overthrow communism and then Stalin. This was the tactic envisioned by the NTS, again another white Russian emigre group utilized by the Third Reich and Rosenberg's Ostministerium, and then that jumped to U.S. intelligence and was projected into the U.S. political mainstream by the CFF program to, again, justify the military buildup of NSC 68. Again, NTS elements involved with, among other things, the assassination of John Kennedy, people such as Igor Voshinin. Returning again to Blowback by Christopher Simpson. The main theme of NTS propaganda throughout the conflict, that's World War II, was the campaign to, quote, liberate, unquote, the USSR from Stalin, communism, and the Jews through a mutiny by the Red Army. With the failed August 1991 coup, we saw the fulfillment of the goals of the ABN, Rosenberg's Ostministerium, and groups like Intermarium, but using the tactics of the ultimate strategic tactic of the NTS, namely the promotion, stimulating the promotion of a mutiny by the Red Army. And I'd like to return again, briefly, to Covert Action Information Bulletins issue number 39, their issue from the winter of 1991 and 1992. This is a follow-up article to the original Full Court Press article by Sean Gervasi, again, same author, S-E-A-N, capital G-E-R-V-A-S-I, in Covert Action Information Bulletin number 39 from the winter of 1991 and 2. This article is called Spyless Coup or Democratic Breakthrough, Western Intervention in the USSR. And the beginning reads, on August 23rd, Alan Weinstein, the president of the Center for beginning again, on August 23rd, Alan Weinstein, the president of the Center for Democracy in Washington and the architect of the National Endowment for Democracy, received a fax from Moscow which began, quote, "I thank you for the sincere congratulations you sent me in connection with the victory of the Democratic forces and the failure of the attempted August 19, 1991 coup. We know and appreciate the fact that you contributed to this victory. This communication between Boris Yeltsin, the new de facto leader of the USSR, and Weinstein, the man who invented the privatization of covert operations, raises the question of exactly what role the U.S. played in facilitating the seizure of power by a neoconservative movement in the Soviet Union. Yeltsin was thanking not only Weinstein but also the U.S. government, its allies, and all the organizations they had for years mobilized to help the Soviet opposition, i.e., the Christian West." And again, when the Soviet Army, rebelled against the Soviet leadership, that was the fulfillment of the strategic tactic of the NTS, achieving the goals of the ABN and Rosenberg's Ostministerium, and again, the FCF and ABN connected Boris Yeltsin, because there's a considerable degree of overlap between ABN and the Free Congress Foundation. He was the fellow who came to power in the largest of the ethnic republics of the former Soviet Union. By way of touching briefly on the full court press, again the Reagan military buildup, one of the elements that we looked at in the first of the Sean Gervasi articles was the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, initially an orbital weapon system to defend against a nuclear missile attack. We're going to take a look at the newest incarnation of the Strategic Defense Initiative. Reading now from the San Jose Mercury News of August 2nd of 1992, on the front page of that Sunday edition of the Mercury News, there is a blurb about an article on the inside of that particular edition of the Mercury News, actually the West magazine. It's called "The American Empire in Space. Star Wars, the Strategic Defense Initiative has become the Space Domination Initiative." That's by Jeffrey Klein and Dan Stober, S-T-O-B-E-R. That article is summarized on the front page of the Sunday 8/2/92 issue of the Mercury News, and it reads in part, and by the way, it's entitled, "Hammering Space Shield into a Sword," and it reads in part, "The Bush administration is quietly pushing to transform the Star Wars missile defense system into an offensive military machine, say scientists, the military, and defense industry officials." One more time, the Bush administration is quietly pushing to transform the Star Wars missile defense system into an offensive military machine, say scientists, the military, and defense industry officials. Skipping down, although SDI has long been touted as a defensive shield, proposals circulating in the Pentagon would alter its machinery so that satellites originally intended to spot missile launches could be used to help military commanders keep track of enemy troops in a ground war, or even to strike targets on Earth. And inside, due to limitations of time, the so-called brilliant pebbles could be utilized to attack targets on Earth. They were originally envisioned to destroy enemy missiles or satellites, but now they are being envisioned as a technology to attack ground targets on Earth as part of an orbital weapon system to dominate the Earth. This system, although the technological devices involved are very different, reflecting almost a half-century of technological evolution, this system, an orbital weapon system now being proposed, although Congress is cutting some of it back, now being proposed as what the Mercury writers call the Space Domination Initiative. This is directly reflective of a strategic approach being advocated by Third Reich Nazi scientists that were brought into the United States under the auspices of Project Paperclip at the end of World War II. Recall that General Walter Dornberger of Peenemünde Nordhausen also helped to create, along with Reinhard Gehlen, the myth of the missile gap, another area where the Gehlen organization, with help from the Paperclip people, helped to exaggerate Soviet military capabilities and stimulate the Cold War and the arms race. We're going to take a look now at a book called Project Paperclip, subtitled German Scientists in the Cold War. This was authored by Clarence G. Lasby, Lasby, published in hardcover and softcover by the Athenaeum Press of New York in 1971. Reading now from the hardcover edition. The Staver here, S-T-A-V-E-R, is Major Robert Staver, one of the U.S. intelligence people who was liaisoning with the German rocket scientists in the immediate post-war period, and the time period we're talking about here is the third week of May of 1945. In other words, within 2 weeks of the conclusion of the war in Europe. And listen to what the German rocket scientists were proposing, again, within 2 weeks of the conclusion of hostilities. At the same time, Staver proposed another means of ensuring the supremacy of the United States in rocket development. He had listened earnestly as the specialists described their future plans. They would construct an, quote, outer, unquote, station, useful for astronomers and for the launching of spaceships into the stellar regions. They would construct a large reflector for focusing the sun's rays onto the Earth for power-generating purposes. The latter could be used as well for another objective, quote, which has been described as a terrible thing, a weapon which will enable the first country to achieve this undertaking to rule the world. The focusing of this reflector upon any living persons would kill them immediately. Ocean water would be instantly turned to steam, a forest instantly kindled, unquote. Impressed by the Germans' advanced thinking and receptive to their expressed desire to continue work in the United States, he urged in a recommendation to the chief ordnance officer in Paris that as many as 100 of them be evacuated within 30 days. Again, third week in May of 1945. Obviously, the technology here is different. Star Wars does not involve a mirror for reflecting the sun's rays onto the Earth to destroy things, although the space station and using outer space for power-generating purposes are current and ongoing features of the U.S. space program, but the idea of dominating the Earth through an orbital weapon system, and in particular, an orbital weapon system which could be used to destroy targets on Earth, which is the current incarnation of the Strategic Defense Initiative, or the Space Domination Initiative under the Bush administration, is directly reflective of the basic strategic concept of the Project Paperclip scientists, and this again by way of taking a look at the effect of German strategic thinking upon the evolution of the U.S. national security establishment, just as the methodology of the NTS or Solidarists was used to help overthrow communism or to stimulate a revolt in the Red Army, the Soviet Army, just as the goals of the ABN and the Ostministerium, as well as the projection of many of their people, were achieved. So, too, the visions of the German rocket scientists, the paperclip scientists, have had a profound effect on the evolution of U.S. national security policy. The last installment of the program will be next week. I'm going to take a look at Germany next week, and going to ruminate a little bit on the effects of the loss of the Second World War. Again, not militarily, but politically on the United States. But by way of looking ahead to next week, let's conclude this installment, the next to last installment, I promise. Absolutely in promise. We're going to turn again to Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 41 from the spring of 1992, excuse me. This is The U.S. Economy, the Enemy Within by Doug Henwood. Let's take a look at the end results of NSC 68. Again, we've looked at the Reagan and Bush administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of NSC 68, as the ultimate fulfillment of the Christian West concept, a Third Reich contingency plan to survive the Second World War, and as the ultimate fulfillment of liberation theory, of a Third Reich psychological and political warfare technique evolved into a major dominant American political force. Doug Henwood writes as follows in The Enemy Within. Militarily, the U.S. is coasting on its superpower reputation, but when it comes to cash, the U.S. repeatedly comes up short. Larger military adventures now require foreign approval and foreign cash. Financial limitations have also forced Washington into a secondary role in the restructuring of the former socialist world. Although U.S. policy in large measure did in the Reds, German firms will probably make most of the profits, picking over the remains. Amen. We'll take a look at Germany and what has happened to the United States as a result of having lost the Second World War, again, not militarily, but politically, what we've been looking at with the Galen Organization as a Trojan horse, with the adoption by the U.S. of the Christian West concept, a Third Reich contingency plan to survive the military defeat, and the adoption of liberation theory, originally a Third Reich tactic, and its evolution into the dominant American strategic force that it became under Reagan and Bush. We have seen the U.S. conquered, not militarily, but through turning around von Clausewitz's principle, just as von Clausewitz envisioned war as the continuation of politics by other means, so we have seen politics as the continuation of war by other means. And we will look at the very concluding episode of RFA 37 next week.